Good morning and assalamu alaikum everyone. I would request Mr. Bhaskar to initiate the session. Mr. Bhaskar, please.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Amin. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this international virtual conference titled Language Teaching and Learning in EFL ESL Settings, Status and Prospects. This is a two-day conference being held in collaboration between the Department of Linguistics, University of Kerala, India, and the Department of English, Faculty of Education, Thamar University-Yemen. I would like to request that all participants kindly mute their microphones. An option should be available to mute your microphone on the bottom left of your Google Meets page. Prior to commencing the conference, we shall play the national anthems of India and Yemen. Now, the national anthem of India.
Mr. Abdurrahman, please, the national anthem of India.
Thank you.
ما فيش صوت.
We will start the national anthem again. Sorry for the inconvenience.
शुभ नामे गाते, तब शुभ आशीष मांगे, गाहे तब जय गाथा। जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे, भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे, जय हे, जय हे, जय जय जय
Now, the national anthem of Yemen. To give the welcome speech, I invite Professor S.A. Shanawaz. Professor Shanawaz is the head of the Department of Linguistics, University of Kerala. He is the key senior faculty member from India who has been instrumental in conceiving this conference. Dr. Shanawaz, sir, I request you to make a welcome note.
Welcome, one and all. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Let me recite one stanza from Holy Quran. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Iqra bismi rabbikal ladhi khalaq, khalaqal insana min 'alaq. Iqra rabbukal akramul ladhi 'allama bil qalam, 'allamal insana ma lam ya'lam. Yani, recite in the name of your Lord who has created man with a cloth. Read, and your Lord, the most generous, who has taught writing by pen, has taught man that what he know not. Distinguished dignitaries from all around the world, a warm welcome to you all. Professor, Honorable Pro-Vice Chancellor, Professor P.P. Ajay Kumar, Professor Hilal Al-Ansi, Vice Rector of Academic Affairs from Yemen University, Thamar University, Professor Abdul Karim Sabiba, Vice Rector from Higher Education, His Excellency Yahya Baba, the Consul General of Republic of Yemen in Mumbai, Professor R. J. Chandran, Dean, Faculty of Oriental Studies, University of Kerala. Professor Ahmad Al-Damini, Dean, Faculty of English, Thamar University. Distinguished invitees for the plenary speakers like Professor B.R. Hariharan, Professor Anthar Abdullah, Professor C.A. Lal, Professor E.V. Song Hayam, Professor N.C. Mazda Zubairi, Professor Mansi Bajaj, my distinguished colleagues, dear students, and dear participants from all around the world. It is my pride and honor to welcome you all to this international conference organized in association with the Thamar University by the University of Kerala Department of Linguistics. It's an international conference about the teaching and learning of English language in the global arena, that is the IT era. Here we are dealing with various aspects of the language teaching and learning theories, techniques, and focusing of the ELT in an ESP setting. As all we know, English is the language of the world, and people around the world learn this English for various purposes, for educational purpose, scientific advancement, livelihood, and migration, and all these things. Since there is a person to introduce the seminar topic, I'm not going to the details. Now let me welcome one and all those who are joined here for this virtual conference. The conference we titled International Conference on English Language Teaching and Learning with a special reference to ELT ESP. First of all, I have to welcome our Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor P.P. Ajay Kumar, who has wholeheartedly agreed to inaugurate this program. On behalf of the organizing committee and Department of Linguistics, all those who are assembled here, I welcome you, sir, to this inaugural program. Professor P.P. Ajay Kumar is a professor of English and well-versed in English language teaching. He is heading the university as a Pro Vice Chancellor, and he is always helping us, the department, in every aspect of this program. I welcome you, sir. Now I welcome His Excellency Professor Yahya Baba, the Consul General of the Yemen at Mumbai. He is associating with us, and he will be giving a word of appreciation or facilitation to this seminar. I welcome you, sir. I welcome Professor Abid Al-Ansi, Honorable Rector for Academic Affairs, Thamar University-Yemen. I welcome you, sir. I welcome Professor Abdul Karim Zabiba, Honorable Vice Rector for Higher Studies at Scientific Research, Thamar University-Yemen. On behalf of the University of Kerala, I welcome both of you dignitaries to this conference. I welcome Professor R.J. Chandran, Dean of Faculty of Oriental Studies, where this linguistics is belonging to. I welcome you, sir. I welcome Professor Ahmad Al-Damini, Dean, Faculty of Education, Thamar University, who is associating with us in organizing this seminar. I welcome you, sir. And I have to welcome so many dignitaries who has agreed to address this seminar at this conference by giving plenary sessions plenary speakers like Professor B. Hariharan, Professor Anit Mazdeen Al-Zubairi, Professor Anthar Abdullah, Professor Yang Song Yong, Professor Lal C.A., Professor Mansi Bajaj, etc., etc. 6 people are giving plenary sessions. I welcome you all, sir. And we have received plenty of papers. Among them, we have selected only 30 papers for the presentation. I welcome on and all these persons who are presenting these papers. I welcome them wholeheartedly. I welcome the chairpersons assigned for this seminar like Professor Rajendran, Professor Anit Beena, Professor Anthar Abdullah, Professor Ainul Masdi, Professor Anthar Abdullah, and Professor Musa Sheikh Muhammad Hasdi. I welcome you all, and I welcome all those who registered and participating in this seminar. On behalf of the Department of Linguistics, I welcome one and all. It is my privilege to welcome Dr. Amin Al-Gamal, who is the real spirit behind this seminar. On behalf of the Department of Linguistics, as a salute, I welcome Dr. Amin. I welcome the whole cabin crew, what I call the secretariat for this conference. Each one is to be appreciated. I welcome you and all. On behalf of the Department of Linguistics, I thank God to make this program a great success. Thank you one and all. May God bless you.
Thank you, sir. Now to introduce the conference, the details of the conference itself, I invite Dr. Amin Ali Al-Jamil of the Department of English, Faculty of Education, Thamar University-Yemen. Dr. Amin, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Paskar. First of all, assalamu alaikum everyone. Good morning, namaskaram, namaste, all the languages of the world. I welcome you all, and I will just go directly to my mission here, which is to introduce the conference. At the outset, allow me to seize this rare opportunity and send a big thank you letter to all of you for your kind support, cooperation, and participation in the conference. The present conference has come into existence after much appreciated and collective efforts, coordination, and collaboration between the Department of Linguistics at Kerala University and the Department of English in the Faculty of Education at Thamar University in Yemen. The motive and the core idea behind this conference is to bring the two universities together, as well as the experts, researchers, language teachers, and students from all areas of language and from all around the world, in order to give and take on the topic language teaching and learning in English as a second language and English as a foreign language settings, status, and prospects. The conference has been selected to cover the following topics: the applied linguistics, language teaching, that is the theories and the applications, English language as a second language, teaching English as a foreign language, English for specific purposes, language assessment and evaluation, online language teaching, which is the need of the hour, language and pedagogy, ICT and language learning approaches, methods, and techniques for language teaching and language and education. Over 900 participants have registered online to join the conference. A number of scholars have thankfully submitted their abstracts and papers for the presentations. After the peer review process, 32 papers were selected to be presented in the 2 days. The conference will be going on for 2 wonderful days, starting from today, 20th September 2020 at 11 a.m. India time and corresponding to 8:30 a.m. in Yemen time. On the first day, the inaugural session, which is now going on, will be initiated Then that will be followed by 3 plenary sessions, lecture talks by 3 experts in language teaching and learning. Then there will be 3 technical sessions in which 3 language experts will chair the sessions and 12 scholars will present their papers. The second day, which is tomorrow, 21st September 2020, will be also initiated by 11 a.m. That will correspond to 8:30 a.m. in Yemen. The day will begin by 3 plenary sessions by 3 experts in language teaching and learning, and then that will be followed by 5 technical sessions in which 5 language experts will chair the sessions and 20 scholars will present their papers. There will be a book release at the end of the conference, and there will be also electronic certificates will be issued for the participants depending on their duration of attendance as per Google Meet reports. That is 70% attendance as a minimum. Thank you all, and we wish you an enjoyable learning experience.
Thank you, Dr. Amin. Now we have 4 very special speakers today offering notes of felicitation. First, His Excellency Yahya Ghauba is the Consul General of the Republic of Yemen in Mumbai. Your Excellency, I invite you to give a note of felicitation.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Do you hear me?
Yes. Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah. You are very audible.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, University of Kerala, Professor P.P. Ajaya Kumar. Honorable Vice Rector, Thamar University, Professor Adil Al-Ansi and Professor Abdul Karim Zabiba. Professor Jaya Chandra, Dean of Faculty of Oriental Studies, University of Kerala. Professor Ahmad Al-Dumaini, Dean of Faculty of Education, Thamar University. All the dignitaries from University of Kerala, Thamar University, conference experts, chairperson of the session, paper research presenters, participants, and all. A very good morning to all of you. It is a moment of pleasure and pride that the University of Kerala in India and the Thamar University in Yemen are jointly conducting such an outstanding international conference in which eminent experts, academicians, international conference in which eminent experts, academicians, researchers, and learning are coming together to share their ideas and research finding on the topic language teaching and learning in ESL and EFL settings, status and prospects. I would like to take this opportunity and invite you all to make full use of the deliberations that will be going on in these 2 days and come up with fruitful outcomes and facilitation of language teaching and learning that meet the requirements of the 21st century. I wish you all the success today and always. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Our next speaker joins us from Yemen. Dr. Abdul Qadir Al-Ahmad will be speaking on behalf of Professor Adil Al-Ansi, who is the Honorable Vice Rector for Academic Affairs, Thamar University, Yemen. I invite you, sir, to kindly make an address.
Hello, good morning, everybody, respected guests. I would like to ask a question. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Thank you. I have the honor and privilege to speak on behalf of Professor Adil Al-Ansi, the Vice Rector for Academic Affairs at Thamar University. Let me seize this auspicious opportunity to welcome all the plenary speakers, chairpersons of the technical sessions, paper presenters and participants to the international virtual conference titled Language Teaching and Learning in ESL and EFL Settings, Status and Prospects. It gives us immense pleasure to deeply thank the University of Kerala, its authorities, academicians, and all for making arrangements to conduct such an excellent academic activity in association with Thamar University. Special thanks to Professor Shanavas, the professor and head of the Department of Linguistics at the University of Kerala, and Dr. Amin Al-Jamal, the teaching staff in the English language department at Thamar University, for their wonderful and fruitful efforts in bringing these two universities together and consummating the concept of conference. I hope this conference shall kickstart future collaborations between the University of Kerala and Thamar University in various academic activities and consultations. The conference theme focuses on one of the most important aspects in language teaching and learning, especially when it is done in an environment where mother tongue dominates. I hope the deliberations triggered by the paper presenters on the approaches, techniques, and strategies in teaching and learning second or foreign languages will be of great help for language teachers and learners alike. Finally, I would like to truly thank the Thamar University research scholars in India, including Dr. Abdurrahman Amir, Mr. Walid Daya, Mr. Jamil Al-Gabri, and all for their fruitful efforts in having this conference a great success. I highly appreciate the collective efforts of all the members in the organizing committee from India and Yemen. And I thank all who attended the conference and who are present from both countries. And I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. The next address shall be offered by Professor Jayachandran R., who is the Dean of the Faculty of Oriental Studies at the University of Kerala. All the Indian language departments at the University of Kerala, including the Department of Linguistics, come under the Faculty of Oriental Studies. Professor Jayachandran, sir, I invite you to make an address.
Thank you. I congratulate Department of Linguistics, University of Kerala, and Professor Shanavas and his team for organizing such an event jointly with Thamar University-Yemen. The topic is very noble: language teaching and learning in ESL, EFL settings, status and prospectus. As we all know, lot of terminology like teaching English as foreign language, teaching English to speakers of other languages, English as second language, English as foreign language, English for specific purpose. Even we do have an association of English Language Teachers Association of India, which is located in Tamil Nadu. We all Indians and even we Keralites, where the University of Kerala is located, we study English as second language, even in the primary schools and even the secondary schools up to the high school level. We have English, but we don't have English specialist teachers in those days when we used to study. Now the scenario has changed. Now in almost all the schools, high school level and secondary schools, we have teachers with English as specialist teachers, and we do have postgraduate teachers in Kendriya Vidyalayas and Navodaya Vidyalayas and all centrally managed schools. That shows the importance of English across the world and across the country. And in University of Kerala, we have lot of interdisciplinary studies with related to almost all the languages, especially comparative studies and lot of other centers which centrally functions with English department like Canadian Studies, Women's Studies, and all such centers are also working in Institute of English. Whereas other languages where we belong, Oriental Studies, that accepting linguistics, all other languages, Indian languages like Tamil, Hindi, Malayalam, Sanskrit, all comes under one umbrella, and we work together for interdisciplinarity and cross-cultural studies. That way we work, and I am happy to give a felicitation address in this mega international conference, which is organized by Department of Linguistics, University of Kerala, and I wish all the success to the department and to the conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Jayachandran. Now I invite Professor Ahmed Al-Daumini, who is the Dean of the Faculty of Education, Thamar University-Yemen. It is an honor that you have been able to join us, sir. Jamil Al-Ghabri will speak on behalf of Professor Al-Daumini. Please, I invite you to make an address.
Good morning, everyone. I hope I am audible for you all.
Yes, you're audible, sir.
Yeah, it's my great pleasure to say a few words about this academic event. First, I would like to express my profound gratitude to the authorities of Kerala University, represented by Professor B.B. Ajay Kumar, Pro Vice Chancellor, and Professor Chanavas, for their efforts exerted in organizing this conference. I also thank Dr. Amin Al-Gamal and his team for bringing this event into light. My profound thanks go to the research scholars who, with their participation, will make this conference a success. This amazing academic collaboration between the Thamar University and Kerala University is a fruitful outcome of the interconnections between Yemen and India. Indian universities have always played a great role in qualifying our research scholars throughout the years. Almost in every university in Yemen, there is at least one professor graduated from India, either in English literature and language, natural sciences, medical sciences, or managerial sciences. More importantly, some eminent Indian professors worked along with us as a teaching staff, and they contributed greatly to the growth of the academic community in the country. And we are here today extending this collaboration further, taking benefit of the technological advancements, eliminating distances, and crossing borders virtually to open up academic avenues for our research scholars to exchange their ideas and to grow academically. I thank you all again for being part of this conference, and we all hope the technical sessions and the academic deliberations would bring out fruitful outcomes. Thank you all.
Thank you very much to all the esteemed speakers for the auspicious felicitations. Now, for the inaugural address, allow me to introduce Professor P.P. Ajay Kumar. Professor Ajay Kumar is the Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor of the University of Kerala. We thank you, sir, for making time for this conference. As a professor of English as well, we are all the more eager to hear your thoughts. Professor Ajay Kumar, sir, I invite you to make the inaugural address.
As respected dignitaries of both universities and respected teachers and participants, it is indeed a pleasure to be part of an international conference of this dimension on English language teaching. And the Department of Linguistics deserves credit for organizing a seminar of this sort and roping in experts from different parts of the world. I believe that as an English teacher, English has become a world language. It won't be right to say that English is a world language. Somehow it has become a world language, and there are different reasons for that. But at the same time, it is also true that proficiency in English in using English is considered to be one of the qualifications for attaining job and success in the divergent fields of employment. So it is in this context we have to discuss the transformation that is necessary in strategies for teaching and learning English. I don't know whether there is such a common strategy for people all over the world for learning as well as teaching English. I believe that strategies may differ from people to people, from place to place, from nation to nation, because learning strategies are to a certain extent personal, and the kind of environment in which the teaching learning takes place, that is also different in different countries and different institutions. So whatever may be the strategy, I think one thing that is important in language learning is the kind of exposure that a child or a student gets, a kind of exposure to that particular language that the child or the student gets. Why this is important? Because it is that exposure that gives him or her the kind of access to that language. So from my experience as a teacher for the last more than 30 years, I understand that apart from strategies or theories of learning, we should believe on our experience. As a student in the high school classes, we used to create handwritten magazines on various topics. And at one occasion, I was in charge of creating the Hindi magazine, a magazine exclusively for Hindi and written in Hindi. And from my experience, I understood, even at that time, that by writing Hindi from the beginning to the end, the whole magazine, and by reading it again and again, I developed a kind of expertise in Hindi, or my exposure to Hindi through that writing of the magazine helped me
Hello.
to develop
Hello, everyone.
Helped me to develop a better access to the language, its structure, its various phrases and the words and the way it is written, etc. That helped me a lot to get acquainted with the language. So similarly, nowadays, even small children speak English very fluently, not because they are taught in the classroom, but because they watch videos, video games, different types of games, where the characters converse in English. So that helps them to get acquainted with the language. So that kind of exposure to the language is indeed an important aspect of learning the language. Without exposure to the language, the strategies won't work properly. Because in India, especially in Kerala, there were different experiments. Different experiments were conducted for promoting foreign language learning, especially English, because English is considered to be one of the impediments for ordinary students to come up in life. It is certainly true. We know that not only for ordinary students, for everyone, a kind of fluency and a kind of proper knowledge in English, ability to communicate properly in English is extremely important. If you are a businessman, you have to present your ideas properly before an agent or before a multinational company. You need English. If you are a scientist, you will have to present your project before an agency. You need a good command of English. And whatever may be your position, whatever may be the field in which you work, I think a proper ability to communicate in a particular language, especially in English, certainly becomes a kind of benchmark for success in that area, in that field. That much is the importance that is given to the kind of access and the knowledge and ability in communicating in language. So languages have become a very important part of all kinds of education, technical education, as well as science education. In all kinds of education, language is an important element. And among languages, English has a prominent position, an important position. So I think it is very important, extremely important to think about, to discuss about, to debate on the proper methodology for learning and teaching English. But at the same time, it is also important to understand that it is our own experience in teaching and learning that is more important than the so-called theories that we have learned. So what is our experience? We should learn from our experience. We should develop our own theories based on our experience. I think that will help us to make our teaching learning process better and more efficient in the long run. And I hope the papers that are going to be presented in this seminar will help us in formulating a better strategy for teaching and learning English. And I think it is not important to think that we should have a common strategy applicable for all kinds of people, all kinds of nations, all kinds of places. It can be different. So different societies can develop different strategies for teaching and learning, considering the background, the situation, and the type of people and their cultural specificities, etc. And I think the seminar will open up such discussions and will help in developing a strategy or different strategies for teaching and learning English. I wish all success to this conference, and I hope that it will be useful, fruitful in developing strategies of teaching and learning English. And I once again use this opportunity to congratulate the organizers who worked hard to make this a reality. So I formally inaugurate the seminar and wish all success to this seminar. Thank you all once again.
Thank you very much, Professor Ajay Kumar, for your insightful thoughts and guiding suggestions. Now, I would like to conclude the inaugural session. I would like to invite Dr. S. Prema. Dr. S. Prema is an assistant professor at the Department of Linguistics, University of Kerala. She runs the excellent Center for Endangered Languages in Kerala as well. I invite you, Prema ma'am, to give a vote of thanks.
Respected dignitaries across the world, I have been asked to express a vote of thanks to all of you. First of all, I wish to appreciate Professor S. Shanawaz, Head Department of Linguistics, University of Kerala, and Dr. Amin Ali Al-Gamal, Thamar University-Yemen, for the great effort to conduct this virtual conference. I sincerely hope we will have more collaborative programs like this in future. I extend my sincere thanks to Professor Dr. Shanawaz for the welcome speech and Dr. Amin Al-Gamal for the detailed introduction about the theme of the conference. Professor P.P. Ajay Kumar, who led us on the right direction as our Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor of the University of Kerala, is a literary critic and the editor of the most prestigious journal, Littric. Sir, we express our sincere gratitude to you for accepting our invitation and for delivering the inspiring inaugural lecture. Today, we are fortunate enough to hear the inspiring words of the Consul General of the Republic of Yemen in Mumbai, His Excellency Yahya Gobar. On behalf of the Department of Linguistics, University of Kerala, and all the participants across the world, I express my sincere gratitude to you, sir. We also listened to thought-provoking words of Professor Adel Al-Ansi, Honorable Vice Rector for Academic Affairs, Thamar University-Yemen, and Professor Abdul Karim Sabiba, Honorable Vice Rector for the Higher Studies and Scientific Research, Thamar University-Yemen. On behalf of the Department of Linguistics, University of Kerala, and all the participants, I express my sincere gratitude to you, sir. On behalf of the Department of Linguistics and all the participants, we extend our gratitude to our beloved Dean of Faculty, Professor R. Jayachandran, for the felicitation address. We convey our gratefulness to Professor Ahmed Al-Domani, Dean Faculty of Education, Thamar University, for most appealing felicitation speech. Just for a formality, I thank Mr. Bhaskar Palat for our student for the wonderful initiation. On behalf of the Department of Linguistics, we express our advanced gratitude to all the participants across the world for presenting their papers and participate in this conference. Once again, I wish all the success for the conference and welcome all of you to this virtual space for a wonderful journey of experience. Beyond the limitations of space, we are safely live now. Before concluding, let me quote the line from Albert Camus' classical novel, The Plague. What's true of all the evils in the world is the true of plague as well. It helps man to rise above themselves, and strongly wish that we, the humanity, will overcome this pandemic too. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, madam. This concludes the inaugural session. We shall reconvene in about 10 minutes time at 12 p.m. India time and 9:30 a.m. Yemen time for the first plenary session. Thank you all and look forward to seeing you all soon.
Well, thank you, everyone. So we will have less than 5 minutes break. Then we will start the academic sections and the academic sessions, starting by the first plenary session by Professor Hariharan, the professor and head of the English Language Institute at University of Kerala. So let's make sure that Professor Antar Sulaihi from Egypt. Professor Antar, are you available? We need to check the sound with you. You are going to be the second speaker of the plenary session today. Sir, you can unmute yourself. There is an icon, it looks like a mic.
Yeah, okay. Can you get me now?
Yeah, you are very audible, very wonderful. Welcome from Egypt, the land of the
Sure. Sure. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Jamil, and thanks for all the professors.
You can unmute yourself now. You can mute yourself.
Okay.
So let's check also Professor Ivy Song. She is going to speak also today in the third session, in the plenary session. Professor Ivy Song, are you available? Yes, she is there. Could you please unmute yourself and we can do a test for the sound? Okay.
This is here.
Yeah. Hello, good morning, dear ma'am.
Good morning.
Yeah, it is okay. Look, now here in India, it's around 12 o'clock. In Yemen, it is now 9:30. So we have three different timings. Thank you. So now I would like to start the occasion of plenary session.
Welcome back. Thank you all. Now let us start the plenary session 1. The speaker is Professor B. Hariharan from Department of English. We used to call it Institute of English, and he is the head of the department, and he is the director of University Area Studies Center of Canadian Studies, and he has completed 2-3 major projects by UGC as a member of editorial team of preparatory introductory course material on Canadian studies. He has published many books, and he has authored some books on Malayalam as well. He translated some Malayalam books to English, and his area of interest are theatre, diaspora, translation, Canadian studies, CC graduate fellowship. He received a CC graduate fellowship in 92-93, and now he is going to speak on a topic which is very interesting. He speaks on the innovative topic called the diary an English teacher did not keep. I welcome Professor B. Hariharan for his plenary speech. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Shanwas. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, okay. In fact, let me begin with a disclaimer. I am not very sure if disclaimers are permitted in a plenary presentation. Professor Shanwas had talked to me over the phone, and he tried to convince me that I must participate in this conference, but then I tried to get away from his hold, telling him that I'm not an ELT specialist, I'm not a language specialist in that sense who has got formal training on the teaching and learning of English. I am a very simple English teacher. But then he was very persuasive, and finally I did agree that I will do it. So, and I was not very sure as to what I will be doing, because I'm not trained in language teaching. I never studied ELT or even ESP for that matter. And I see here that there are about 125 participants who all have, in one way or the other, probably have had training in ELT and ESP. So I'll try to play my best foot forward. And so once again, let me thank the organizers for inviting me to participate in this conference. So here we go. I thought I'll come up with, I was not very sure, like I said at the very beginning, as to the title of this presentation. And that's when I thought I'll try to formulate something like this: the diary an English teacher did not keep. I thought, I feel that this will try to explain the kind of things that I do as an English teacher. I would like to take off from three very interesting, very crucial things that Professor Ajay Kumar said while he inaugurated this conference. The first thing that I feel is very, very important is this: that English has become a world language. It is not that English is a world language. And I would like to emphasize on that word become, because this word become, I think, has a lot of echoes in what I'm trying to develop. And the second one has to do with the kind of strategies, the way in which different situations demand of us teachers very different strategies. So I will touch upon some of those areas, and then I would say that he hit the nail right on the head when he talked about the way in which we all need to believe in the kind of experience that we have, which we accrue over the years. Our experiences make us better. This is what he was trying to tell us. So I'm going to bank on those three things to develop what I feel is the argument that I have. When I started my career as a teacher, I was confronted in a way, like many of us, with this question of establishing how important it is rather to establish the foundation of language learning in a very systematic manner. Now, this is something that we all would agree that we all are trying to do, that we need to teach language in a systematic manner. But then I think as I started my career, I realized that there is much more in trying to understand what the systematic manner is all about. What has this to do with the kind of systems that are there around us and the kind of systems that we create as teachers? Generally, what we do in a classroom, I am going back to the days when I was teaching pre-university students who had passed their 10th standard and were preparing 2 years to do their undergraduate course. or even in high school for that matter, we generally teach them rules. There is something called rule-based language teaching. Things have changed a lot, but then from there, I assume we all migrated, graduated, developed something called full-fledged ELT courses, which are offered. I've never had the fortune of doing any ELT course. So here I am, here is a person trying to kind of skim through the whole thing. We discovered new ways of teaching and learning English. I think that is the whole adventure of teaching a foreign language or a second language, where we discover new ways of doing things. There have been a whole lot of developments in the area of teaching and learning English. But then what I would like to emphasize here is not that there are these many developments and that these are the developments. What I am personally more interested, more fascinated, has to do with the things that go into this development. And I would pick up only one particular thing here. That is how all these developments are in a way contingent on a variety of needs and professional requirements. So I think here it's very important to recognize the players who are involved in the whole process of language acquisition. So I would say that it is contingent very much on the needs, on the variety of needs, because the classroom, for example, the learning situation could be very, very heterogeneous. It is very heterogeneous. It would have very many factors, right? So the needs are very important, and then the kind of professional requirements, the kind of things with which we, not that we are equipped, we kind of learn to equip ourselves, depending on the kind of needs that are there. Now, this is the first part of what I'm trying to say. I have 5 more parts to my presentation. Now, what this leads to is the creation of a niche. There's a niche now. Now, what is this niche? It is a niche now that the English teacher discovers. It's not that it's already there. It's a niche area of experience that you think you discover. And one particular area that I would like to briefly mention here, a niche area that we did discover, happens to be ESP. It's a niche area. This is an area that we discovered because we're talking about English for specific purposes. And specific purposes can be many, many things. So we would have English for this, English for that, for business, for nursing students, for a whole lot of things. So it is very, very need-based. So this is why I said that it's very important to discover, to say that these are niche areas. But then these are niche areas that are already classified and already there. But then I think as teachers, we discover niche areas as we go into different classrooms. Different classrooms create different niche areas. This is what I personally believe, what I've seen happening as a teacher. Now, what I'm going to do now is to briefly talk about my intervention in ESP. I have had no training in ESP or in ESP. Let me emphasize that. Now, for me, ESP is something very simple. I'm not going to complicate it at all. I'm trying to put it in very, very simple terms. For me, ESP is the specific purpose for which my student comes to the class. Let me repeat that. ESP for me is a specific purpose for which my student comes to the class. There could be many, many reasons for which a student would come to the class. There could be different reasons. But then why would a student come to my class? And what is it that this student wants from a class? Or why should this person come at all to my class? Now, this is a question that I've always asked when I did teach the undergraduate students for 3 or 4 years and postgraduate students for probably 2 decades. Certificate programs that the Center for English Language Teaching offers in my department, where we have had classes on Saturdays and Sundays. The age group of participants, of students who would like to come there could be teachers, there could be housewives, and the kind of things that we do in terms of language teaching. We generally talk about the 4 basic competencies: listening, LSRW, the 4 skills. I always tell the students that the most important skill, if one were to grade these skills, I would say is not writing or reading, but it is listening. Because when I speak, I must listen to what I am saying. Because if I do not listen to what I am saying, I will not know what I'm talking about or what is it that I'm saying. Because I need to listen. When I read something, I need to learn to listen with my eyes. And when I read, I need to listen with my eyes and with my ears. And if I have a problem, if I'm a differently abled person, then I learn to read with my fingers. I learn to listen with my fingers and with all my senses. So we listen with not just our ears, but then with all our senses. So that's why I said this idea of specific purpose and this creation of niche, I think, is a beautiful, beautiful discovery for a language teacher. So let me repeat this: the specific purpose for which my student comes to the class. And this is where I tell my student that listening is very, very important. Because if you do not listen, you will not be able to speak. If you do not listen, you will not be able to engage in a conversation. If you do not listen, you will never be able to ask questions. That is, I must learn to discern the multiple niche areas the students are willing to let you in. It's not that my area and I give it to you. I must be willing to listen to the niche areas in which my students permit me, allow me in. There could be areas where it would be difficult, there would be no entry for me. I'm sure all of us would have had this problem with students who are who probably are scared, who will not open their mouth initially, because that's their territory. We are talking here about animal behavior. It's the way in which dogs, for example, mark their territory. There are areas that they mark, and they will not allow you entry, another dog entry, or even you. There is something called territorial behavior. And this is something that I think we need to recognize as language teachers. There are territories that we fear, that we are scared of, that we guard. There are territories that we guard, and there are territories where we permit access. So this, I feel, is very, very important for a language teacher. Now, this world that the student inhabits, it could be their strength, it could be diffidence. I don't want to use the word weakness. There could be strong areas, there could be diffidence on the part of the student, there could be hesitation, there could be fear, there could be anxiety, or even plain unwillingness. So I think a lot depends on how much the student is able to allow you access to this. A lot depends on your engagement. Largely, what you do in an English classroom depends on this. And therefore, this diary of my English classroom is never written down on a daily basis. It's all somewhere here, I don't know. And there's a reason why it's not written down. Because that would come to the other part of language learning and language teaching. Let me share an anecdote. There is this belief, and most of us would have gone through this. When we start writing, we feel that these are our thoughts and these are things that we have come up with, and we try to write it down. And when the teacher uses the red pen, we feel bad. Well, the teacher has marked this an X mark, has stuck off something, because these are things that we have written. And we believe that whatever we write is written in stone. Well, we never write anything in stone, right? So this is one idea that I'm going to develop here. The second part of my presentation is this why. There is a why. Why is it that I never kept a diary? I very much believe that the English classroom is constantly, always under erasure. The English classroom is always under erasure. The diary that I did not keep, therefore, was also under erasure. That is why I do not have a diary. The diary that I did not keep is also under erasure. The reason why I bring in this idea of erasure here, because it has a whole lot to do with the practice of teaching, the practice of learning a language. I've used this word from philosophy, but then I'm not going to talk about philosophy. But then I've used this term. I'm trying to put this in the way in which I understand this concept of erasure. So I talked about a diary that I do not keep. And so what is it that I did learn from the diary that I did not keep? Now, this is a question that I asked myself as I was preparing for this lecture. In the diary that I never wrote, I learned to write my experiences of correcting compositions of teenage students who would have studied in they would have studied Malayalam at home. They would be talking Malayalam at home. It could be Hindi, it could be Gujarati, it could be any other language. So I learned to write the experiences of correcting compositions of teenage students. Why teenage students? Let me begin with that. For students, generally, especially in the Indian scenario, I don't know how it is elsewhere in the world. In the Indian scenario, students have a very big problem with three things: preposition, tense, agreement. My teacher used to tell me that if you know how to use preposition in English, you can master English. So students have problems generally with tense, agreement, and preposition. I always feel that for students, these three are always under erasure. So what I do is, in my class, when I used to teach grammar, the nuances of how to convert present tense to past tense or whatever, I would ask my student to come to the blackboard, give this person a chalk piece. Probably I'll write one sentence, and then I'll ask the student to correct what I've written or what a student has written. So the student would be standing there with a piece of chalk in front of the blackboard, and the students would come, keep on writing and rewriting and overwriting on what others have written. So you would write something, you would strike it off, or you might simply erase it. You would write again, and then the student will have to say what exactly his thought processes are as he tries to convert an active verb into a passive verb or whatever. So what happens there is, what I feel is that all of us at that point learn how to use language using the eraser. I think this is something that I learned to do, and I loved to do it. I still love to do it. So we learn how to use language using the eraser. This is something we don't have to really look up to the French philosopher Derrida to talk about erasure. This is something that all of us do all the time. So this is a beautiful, remarkable learning experience. Now, my learning stint as a young PhD scholar, for example, in the early 90s, taught me how I was erasing and writing over what I thought was my competencies in English. That's a big story. I will not go into it. There's a whole new way in which I learned how to write and discovered what competency in language is all about. And it goes back to this very, very central experience of not just writing, of erasing what I write. Language learning, I would say, is possible, I realized, only and only if the student recognizes the potential of erasure, not otherwise. What I'll do is I'll try to sum up all these things by talking about two very interesting experiences as a teacher. The first one happens to be the experience of supervising a PhD thesis. It has to do with writing. I started off with listening, and I'm going to talk now about writing a PhD thesis. There was a PhD thesis that I did supervise. This thesis was submitted in 2008 January. This was when I was teaching in the University of Mysore. I'll read out the title of this thesis: an investigation into the writing processes involved in the master's thesis in theology, the challenges faced and overcome by the unskilled L2 learner. This was a remarkable work in the sense that the person who was doing her PhD at that time, when she got her PhD, when she was doing her PhD, she was in her late 60s. And she had done her MA way back in the late 50s. So I was fortunate to do it, and I found this topic to be very engaging, and I picked up a whole lot of things working with Iris Devadasan, who was doing her PhD. Now, it was a beautiful experience where I could see how you learn to engage with the writing that your student produces. It was a very, very fascinating experience where she was trying to, in that study, she was trying to argue that thesis writing is a genre in itself, and how you can actually teach the writing of this genre or teach academic writing to students. So it was a fascinating experience. This is one thing that I would like to share. And the second one, I have about 2-3 minutes, I'll try to finish it. The course that I designed, which I started offering in 2019, this is something that I was dreaming of for about 2 decades. It was titled Academic Writing. All of us offer academic writing courses. I started offering it for the 2019 batch in my university. Now, I'll tell you very briefly about what this course is. Now, this course is all about how students learn to keep track of everything they rewrite, not just write. I make them keep a track of everything that they rewrite. So what I do is I encourage them to keep a portfolio of writing that adds and sheds the language learning process. It adds, and then it adds a lot, shapes the language learning process. So they would have at the end of the course a whole portfolio, which I encourage them to build on, to add as they go through the entire MA program. So what happens there is this: in those moments, one discovers the pleasure of using language, as we recognize that the nature of language is essentially priapic, because I feel that language is an absolutely remarkable shape changer. It's a remarkable shape changer, and that's why I would say it's priapic, and it's perhaps the greatest invention that we ever have had in the world. Now, I would like to conclude my presentation. I'll finish it in probably 30 seconds with or reminding myself, rather, of a sentence from this remarkable, great historian, G.M. Trevelyan, one sentence that he wrote way back in 1913 in a book titled Clio and Other Essays. I would like to, I always do this, I always tell this to myself and to my students, and I've stuck it in my rooms. I tell all my grad students and PG postgraduate students to read that and then think of writing, what writing is, understand what writing is. So I would like to sign off by reading to you what G.M. Trevelyan had said way back in 1913. This is what he says. He is a historian. He is not an English teacher. What is easy to read is difficult to write. The labor of writing and rewriting, correcting and recorrecting is the due exacted by every good book from its author, even if he knows from the beginning exactly what he wants to say. A limpid style is invariably the result of hard labor, and the easily flowing connection of sentence with sentence and paragraph with paragraph has always been won by the sweat of the brow. This is from page 34. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you very much, Professor Hariharan. That was an insightful lecture about the process of erasure coming into play in the process of learning. And I think participants would take away this valuable lesson and perhaps use it to their advantage in their own teaching experiences. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you.
Our second plenary lecture today will be delivered by Professor Antar Abdullah, who joins us from Egypt. To introduce Professor Antar Abdullah, I invite Dr. Amin Ali Al-Jamal. Dr. Amin.
Thank you, Mr. Pascar. Now, I will introduce Professor Antar Abdullah Suleihi from Egypt. Professor Antar Abdullah will speak on the topic, a brief history of English language teaching in Egypt over the 20th century. Professor Antar has obtained his MA in language teaching from South Valley University in Egypt, and he also got an MA in linguistics and translation theory from University of London, and the PhD in language teaching, South Valley University in Egypt. He also got a master's degree in religion and public life from Carleton University in Canada. He was a professor of applied linguistics at Taiba University in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and he has published 40 papers, including 10 publications in Arabic, and the publications were in linguistics, teaching English as a foreign language, and translation. He wrote 19 books on language, education, teaching, and literature. He translated 2 big volumes on teacher supervision and intelligence. He published more than 20 articles in newspapers and cultural magazines in English and Arabic. He is a reviewer in 5 international language education journals. He participated and presented at more than 30 international conferences and workshops. He taught and developed Arabic materials at the School of Oriental and African Studies, University of London, UK. In 1999, he participated in a training course for 6 weeks in USC at Cal State, LA, California, USA. He has supervised and examined more than 40 MA and PhD dissertations in Egypt and KSA. He has been teaching the applied linguistics in Saudi Arabia and in Egypt for more than 19 years. We welcome Professor Antar Abdullah to speak on his topic. You can unmute yourself, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Amin Ali Al-Gamal, for inviting me over to this wonderful international virtual conference. So is my voice heard quite well?
It is fine, sir, but if you bring the mic more to your... okay, that's it.
So I say that I'm honored to be invited over to this international virtual conference in English language teaching and learning in the ESL EFL settings, especially as it takes place in virtually between two international universities in India and in Yemen. And I'm adding my country over by participating in that and being part of that. It is now 9 a.m. in Egypt in the morning, and so it's a wonderful morning to be with you this morning. I would like to thank very much the chief patrons of the international conference and the coordinators and the heads of the departments of English and Linguistics and all the professors and all the colleagues and all the researchers who are attending this conference. When I was contacted by Dr. Amin on a topic for this international conference, and I knew that it would be run by both dear universities in India and in Yemen, the first thought that came to mind was that I will be witnessing a cooperation between the two language circles that late Professor Raj Kachro mentioned in his World English is the outer circle of India, where English is a second language, and the extended circle where Yemen is using English as a foreign language. And so it was interesting to see how these two will interact together and how these will also lead to thoughts about integrating the language curriculum to represent the real status of English in the world, not just in the Anglo-American world, but in the world that is using English as a global language and not as an Anglo-American language. So I thought about giving you a brief history and a hint about the English as a foreign language in Egypt and how the history of imperialism, Orientalism, and colonialization has developed and shaped the way English is taught in Egypt in the present day, and how this will have also insights into the future and how the future will be like. So I have developed a piece of PowerPoint presentation. I will see if this will be okay, shared with you. Okay, waiting for it to be shared. Okay. So the PowerPoint presentation now visible?
Yes, sir, it's visible. Please go on.
Okay, thank you. So I start by saying that Egypt and the West in general had a long history of conflict. Egypt with the heart of the Islamic world, and the West had always had a conflict with Islam and mainly the Arab world. There had been crusades through the medieval ages, and there had been like warfare between the two sides, the West and the East, for long. However, the first encounter of Egypt with the European modernity came in the near to the end of the 18th century and the beginnings of the 19th century with the French campaign on Egypt, when Napoleon Bonaparte came to Egypt, and this French mandate just stayed there for 3 years. But these 3 years were very influential on the Egyptian history. Because just after the French left under the resistance of the people of Egypt at that time, their effect and their influence remained in the land of Egypt for a long time, and started with the strong man of Egypt, which is who is Muhammad Ali Pasha, and he had a French fascination. So he decided on sending the first scholarships over to France in order to study modern science. And based on the knowledge attained and the experience that the first scholars got from Europe, he started opening schools and establishing a modern system of education in Egypt. Not long after the French left Egypt, the Brits came to Egypt, and they had like two campaigns. The first one was in the beginnings of the 19th century, and it was also faced with resistance by the Egyptian people and the Egyptian Muslim army at that time, but their influence stayed after they have been kicked out. They returned back in 1882, and then at that time they stayed for more than 40 years. So while the French stayed only for 3 years, the British stayed for more than 40 years. And it is interesting how the practices of introducing the English language and the attitude towards education by the British colonizers were very similar to those used with the Indian people and the Indian peninsula or continent. So moving from this history to the history of curriculum, we have some excerpts from curricula that were used during that time. So in the early encounter with English language curricula, this was in the 19th century, and the main method that was used for teaching at that time was the grammar translation method. And these are covers and inside pages from sample books that were published in the Ottoman Empire, under the Ottoman Empire, and they were mainly used for teaching English through the grammar translation method. So the language of instruction was not the target language, it was not English, it was Arabic, the mother tongue. And the teaching focused on just showing the grammar rules of English and translating passages into Arabic and back from Arabic into English. And this was a wonderful linguistic training, in fact, for students to compare between the two languages at the early stages in the primary stage in the early 19th century. So from among the books that were used was this book, which is called Al-Bakura Shahiyya, or the nice beginning, the elegant beginning of learning English language. And as you may, or you can see that even on the cover itself, we have lines of Arabic poetry. So the author of that book is trying to make the students love the English language through tasting the Arabic language and then comparing between the two languages in a way of a contrasting linguistic analysis that was in its early forms at that time. There were lists like these, lists of words, and between the two inverted commas or the brackets, there were the pronunciation of the words in different foreign languages, not just English. So there were the Turkish language, the Persian language, the English language, and sometimes the French language. For example, this is another book that was used, and it uses both the Arabic language and the French language, and in between we have the pronunciation of the French language in Arabic alphabet. The focus was on translation, and it was believed that translators are the real language learners, and the aim of learning the language is to produce proficient translators who can convey the message of the Arab world.
Excuse me, sir. We are sorry. We have someone, Abdul Qawi Ali. Please stop your presentation. Don't share the screen while the speaker. So, sir, you can share again, please. You can present again.
Okay.
You can
share again
now. Please, anybody, when you sign as not to present, just only to join. And while you are in the session, just please listen to the speakers. Okay, fine.
Okay, shall I go on? Okay. So this was just another example of how translation was very important at that time of history. And even conversation, I mean, like the productive skills, not just the receptive skills of reading and listening. We have also the productive skills of speaking and writing. They were also manipulated and used and employed through using translation and grammar. So we had grammar and then examples on the rules of grammar, pieces to be translated, and forms of conversation. But the conversations and the dialogues themselves are part of practices and exercises on the grammatical rules. So it's interesting to see that this book, for example, was published in Malta in 1840, which is like now more than 170 years or 80 years. And it introduced dialogues, long dialogues, detailed dialogues. And we had, for example, in dialogue number 1, we have people saying, "Good morning, sir," and then each word is translated beneath that, and then it was reformed in good Arabic structure next to that, so that the students will know the meaning of each word and then the meaning of the whole sentence all together. Translation was very important in the Arabic language with the means of instruction, and we don't know much information about how teacher training was done at that time, but we know that it was mainly translation tasks, and proficient translators were the proficient teachers. Then under the Egyptian kingdom, Egypt was part of the Ottoman Empire, and then after Muhammad Ali, it has been separated as an independent kingdom, although it was under the British occupation, but the king, the Egyptian king, was ruling Egypt. So there was a shift from just going to translation only to translation and something else. And we'll see this, but these are just examples of how translation was presented to students in the primary stages and in the early elementary schools at that time, in the beginnings of the 20th century. As the British thought about having new representatives from the colonies that they have occupied, they introduced the direct method. And the direct method focuses on teaching English in English and focuses on teaching the oral skills more than the visual skills. The oral skills, the ones that use the tongue and the ear, or speaking and listening, rather than the eye in reading and the hand in writing. And in fact, this was the method that was used in teaching the first language. Excuse me. It was used to teach the English language as a mother tongue to the British boys and girls in Great Britain. So it was the method that was introduced to teach English also in the colonies. So we had some examples of books like these ones: Studies in English Idioms, or Introduction to Sound and Structure. And we will see, even when time comes to reading and writing, oral skills were used and employed in order to present and train the students on the reading and the writing. What's interesting is that the introduction of the English language at that time was not starting with the English occupation. The British did not focus on education when they came to Egypt. They thought that to keep the colonized and the oppressed ignorant is better for the occupation. And then they rethought and found that, based on their experience in India, to have representatives from the colonies would be a good plan. I have an example here from one of the books at that time. Let's see this one. Yeah, okay. So this is an excerpt from Thomas McCloy, who was a British politician in 1835, and he had the seat on the Supreme Council of India. He says, we must at present do our best to form a class who may be interpreters, so the focus is still on translation and interpretation, between us and the millions whom we govern, who will be persons Indian in blood and color, in our case Egyptians in blood and color, but English in taste and opinion, in morals and intellect. This is quite interesting that they moved from Orientalism, focusing on the literature of the country itself, to Occidentalism, which is focusing on the target language and trying to make the learner, who is also an obedient kind of follower of their own morals. Okay. The oral skills, as I said, for example, this book by Nisfield is about English composition. And while it is English composition, it is presented through oral exercises. So in order for the student, for example, to write a good composition, they need to go through some oral exercises first. Which may seem strange today because most of our students find it difficult to practice listening and speaking and find it easier to read and write. So in order to write, they don't need extensive oral exercises, rather they just need to have readings. But at that time, oral skills were the primary skills that were used, and this was the direct method that they implemented. Then Michael West, who was a linguist at Toronto University in Canada, came up with a new method, which was called the new reading method. And Michael West thought of introducing world literature, mainly English literature, in a simplified way through additional readings. So rather than intensive reading of passages, this would be extensive readings of extra readings or readers or supplementary readers. So he began to simplify some of the international world literature and thought that this will polish the taste and develop the character of the Indians and the Punjabi people. And he experimented this method at India first, and when it was a success, it was also carried over to Egypt. Until today, we have these readers that are additional. And we can see here, for example, this is one example of a reader. It's called the new method reader. It is the Michael West new method readers. This is Alan Quatermain, which was written by Sir Henry Rider Haggard, the author of King Solomon's Mines. And we can see, for example, from this copy, that the student was in secondary school. It was in 1934, and the student uses his own stamp, and he's writing the date of the day and some meanings of words that he comes across. These are some other readers that were used also in Egypt and Sudan. At that time, Egypt and Sudan were one country, or both of them were under the British occupation. And Michael West was the person who introduced this type of extensive reading, extra supplementary readers. It is also interesting to note that English literature was taught through simplified readings in India and Egypt before it was introduced as a school subject to the British students themselves. The British students themselves in England used to study Greek and Roman literature, not English literature. And there were kinds of calls for introducing the English literature into the national curriculum. But the educators at Britain at that time thought that English literature was not suitable as comparable to the Greek literature. So they used English literature with the colonies, but not with their own country. And we have also another reference here, an argument by Guri Vosanthan, who observed that the young history of English literature as a subject of study is frequently noted. The irony is that English literature appeared as the subject in the curriculum of the colonies long before it was institutionalized in the home country, especially it was in India. Okay. So, getting back. In 1952, the British left Egypt and Egypt became an independent country. And Gamal Abdel Nasser was the president of Egypt at that time. And so Arab nationalism was the big name of the game at that time. From the 50s to the 70s, we had totally new curricula of English. So we had books that were written by Egyptians about the Egyptian civilization and the Arab culture, not written by British specialists, and not about the target language culture. We have here, for example, the flag. This flag of Egypt was the flag that was used when Egypt and Syria were united as one country. And we have here this poem for saluting the flag. And on the cover, we can see the obelisk and the temple, the Egyptian temple in the Nile, representing the national culture of Egypt. And through the 70s to the 90s, the same nationalist curriculum continued, but this time they changed it to the audiolingual method. And the audiolingual method focused on drilling, exercising, repetition, mimicry, and imitation. So there were long pieces of conversations where students had to memorize and to imitate and to practice hundreds of times. At that time, the example of the native speaker was the main goal of learning the language, not just to be a translator or to read the literature language, but to speak like the native speakers of the language. And CLT, communicative language teaching, came to Egypt near to the 80s and in the beginnings of the 90s. And at the time, we started to see integration of skills together. We started not just as an imitator of the native speaker of the language, but as a communicator with the native speaker of the language. And this happened, of course, because of the actions and the policies of the government at that time during the 90s and near to the 2000s. In the 2000s, we had CLT, which is communicative language teaching, integration of skills, which focused on all the 4 languages skills all together, and with the final goal of communication with the other and not just imitation of the other. But Michael West's reading remained, and it is still till this day part and parcel of the English curriculum in Egypt. I end my presentation with some thoughts to think about. Why have I made this brief history of English language teaching and curricula in Egypt? This is the reason we need to think about. As we are now in the first quarter of the 21st century, we need to think and to have decisions and to agree upon what we mean by the foreign language learning goals. What is our goal for the coming period? Is it just to communicate, or more than just to communicate, to have mutual communication, not just to learn about the other, but to get the other to learn about ourselves, to be visible to the other, to be in the same position and status of the other, to understand and be understood, to speak and to be spoken to. We need, as Egyptians and Arabs in general, to have set goals and aims and objectives, very clear ones for the future course on English language teaching. We need also to focus more on the student-centered approaches. As we have seen, most of the curricula in this long history focused on the teacher as a model that the students have to follow, imitate, be model for correction for them. And we need now to have more active learning approaches, student-centered approaches. We need to revisit students' errors, because students' errors is in fact a treasure of language learning methodologies and knowledge, linguistic knowledge for us as teachers and educators. Students' errors tell us about how students think, how they learn, what their mental processes are working like. And we can benefit from understanding and analyzing the students' errors and developing relevant courses for their needs, and that also cater for their areas that need perfection and training. We need to have a clear policy on teacher training, whether we will have teachers only in colleges of education, or we will have teachers in institutes of education where they are having just a 1-year training diploma after they finish a 4-year degree in humanities or in sciences. We need to think about which is better and which is more proficient and more effective for this country, to have a teacher trained or just a teacher developed in professional development, whether the sustainable professional plans will be enough or they need to be revisited. We need also to think about the testing and the evaluation techniques, especially as, for example, these days we are using the internet, and this conference is virtual. So the old paper and pencil way of testing and evaluation is no longer available, no longer beneficial. We need to think about new ways of testing and evaluation, taking into consideration the available technology and its developments. We need also to think about the research results. We have a treasure of dissertations in Egypt on the experimentation with language teaching and new methods of teaching the language and developing different language skills and capacities and competencies. But these results are all stored in the drawers and on the shelves, and they are not coming into reality or actuality in the schools and the public schools. Finally, we need to mold all of that within an Egyptian theory or an Arab theory for foreign language pedagogy, the principles of teaching that are derived from this long history and from also the Muslim and the Arab history, shared history of the region, and taking into consideration what benefits people in this area and what caters to their real needs. With this, I come to the end of my presentation, and I would like to thank you all for giving me this opportunity to share with you some of the history of my country and thinking about the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Antar Abdullah, for those insightful and remarkable, masterful presentation on the history of English learning and teaching in Egypt, starting from the translation method, the direct method, through simplified readings, ALT, CLT, and now the modern age, where a new approach needs to be sculpted by the Egyptians themselves in order to understand how best to tailor learning and teaching methods for the people of our own countries. Thank you very much once again, Professor Antar Abdullah, for joining us today. We hope to work with you again in the future, in future conferences as well. Thank you, Professor. Now for the third plenary lecture. It is my honor to invite Professor Ivy Song Jiayang from Xiamen University in Malaysia. To introduce Professor Jiayang, may I invite Ms. Urmila K. Ms. Urmila K, please.
Yes. Now, Professor Ivy Song Jiang, she is an associate professor and head Department of English, Language and Literature, Xiamen University, Malaysia. She took her PhD from College of Humanities, Xiamen University, China in 2013. She is also a visiting scholar in Center for Learning Through the Arts, University of California, America from 2006 to 7. She has published more than 15 academic works in highly recognized journals. In this session, she will be briefing English language education in China. On behalf of the conference team, I invite Professor Ivy Song Jiang to present her topic.
Ladies and gentlemen, can you hear me? Good morning.
Yes, we can hear you.
Good afternoon. Some people are in the morning, some people are in the afternoon. First, I'd like to show my great appreciation to the organizers of the conference. You see, nothing can stop our communication. Without physical classes, the students can still learn in online classes. Any hardships, it brings us opportunity to reform. Therefore, it is very crucial for us to see the light rather than the miserable side in hard times. Light is hope. Hope brings us strength and wisdom to overcome difficulties and go on for the better. My today's talk will cover 4 aspects. First, I'm going to introduce the situation of online English education in China. Then, I'm going to introduce the pattern of non-professional English majors English teaching at Xiamen University. After that, I'm going to talk about the new tendency of telling our new story, our own story in English education in China. Finally, I'm going to share my exploration in English education. Since 1990s, online English teaching in China has been developed to be a kind of a business. It has been a very big industry till now. The 2020 analysis about the status and the competition of the market for children English teaching shows that the market penetration rate for children in China to have online English learning is 22%. The number of online users is about 6 million. And the profit from this industry is about 26 billion. So according to the studies made by Wang Fang and Zhang Jingjian, till April 2019, 68% users of the online English learning are children from 4 to 8 years old. And the 28% users are those from 9 to 12 years old. The government has pumped money into the development of online English teaching. A lot of universities developed various platforms for students to learn English online free. The MOOC of universities in China has provided 386 courses for college English students, college English learners. The students from 709 universities have bigger selection in English courses from China University MOOC for free. Furthermore, the government still encourages universities to make as many courses as they can for the MOOC platform. It is predictable that more and more students from remote areas of China will benefit high-quality English teaching resources. Xiamen University is one of the leading universities in China. The College of Foreign Languages and Cultures of Xiamen University includes 5 departments. 2 of them are related to English education. One is aimed to nurture professional majors, while the other is in charge of the college English teaching for all the undergraduates and postgraduates. Today, there are about 40,000 students at Xiamen University. Among them, there are more than 20,000 undergraduates, more than 16,000 master graduates, and more than 4,000 PhD graduates. Apart from the professional English majors, all the other students are supposed to learn English as foreign language. Even the students who major in Russian, Japanese, French, German, and Spanish are also supposed to learn English as second foreign language. Then, how to deal with so many students English teaching? In 1998, my colleagues and I visited a private college in Dalian City. In their classroom, every student used an IBM laptop to get English knowledge and practice English language skills. They could communicate with their professor as well as their classmates. There was bigger selection for them to do class activities. Some of them were practicing listening and speaking, while others were practicing writing or reading. Whenever they had any question, they could inquire their professor online. So inspired by that teaching style, our university, Xiamen University, started to provide e-learning system for our students. Several years later, much more strategies have been taken. The pattern of half physical class learning and half online learning has been provided for all the non-professional English students. The students can practice listening, reading, and writing in online classes, and they can get feedback from the system automatically. For the physical classes, the students spend most of their time practicing speaking. Then, more reform of English teaching has been made at our university. Before 2015, all the students should have 4-hour compulsory English course per week. However, since 2016, the compulsory course time for physical classes has been flexible for different students with different English levels. Then, how is it flexible? After the new students enter Xiamen University, they are going to take English level exam. All the freshmen but art students will take the same exam at the same time. Then, the students will be divided into 4 level groups. For level 4 students, they don't need to take courses from level 1 to level 4. They will get an A mark for each level automatically. What they have to do is to select an elective related to English learning. Some lecturers will open elective course related to their own research, such as literature, philosophy, religion, drama, critical thinking, culture, history, and the like. The students just select the course or lecturers they are interested in. For the level 3 students, they are going to learn 1 semester compulsory English course and then elective. For the level 2 students, they have to take 3 semesters compulsory English courses and then elective. The level 1 students for getting Bachelor of Fine Arts are supposed to take 4 semester compulsory courses. They will not take any elective. And for the graduate students, the similar patterns are used, but of course, with fewer levels. Thanks to the pattern of half online and half physical learning and the level-based teaching, human resources of our university are saved a lot. That is the status quo of non-professional English majors, English education at Xiamen University. Apart from the reform in the delivery method of English teaching, the change of content of English teaching has been another tendency in China. In recent years, especially since 2016, some elementary schools have gradually adjusted the content of English language teaching from foreign elements to local stories. In some elementary schools, English course books with the content of China's culture, literature, and art have been used at experimental stage. Moreover, the government has paid much attention to the exploration about how to help and improve college students' abilities to tell China's stories in English. This year, the topic is formally listed as one of the special programs of the National Social Science Fund of China. In my English teaching career, my early research is about how to arouse students' motivation, learning motivation. When I have tried a lot of methods of arouse my students' genuine motivation, there were still 1 or 2 students' genuine motivation could not be fully aroused. Then I had done much more research, and a brand new subject stretched its helpful hand to me. This brand new subject was established in 1970s. Its name is drama education. One of the pioneers in this field was an English language teacher. Her name is Dorothy Heathcote. Later, she became one of the founders of the new subject, drama education. Being faced with a lot of young and sad faces after the Second World War, when she was only 16, Dorothy started to use English to teach English through drama. She created a method which is called teacher enroll, and a teaching approach which is called mentor of expert. Teacher enroll, as the name suggests, the teacher will take a role in class activities. Once the teacher is in a role of a story, all the members in the classroom can play a game together. And when they play a game, what's the relationship among them? They are playmates. then a pleasant learning environment and process is created. As for the general meaning of mentor of expert, the learners have opportunity to become an expert at what they are exploring. For example, the students are assigned to be a theater or a drama presentation. We can give a theme for this assignment. It could be how to help your community to cope with the threat of COVID-19. First, the students will do careful research about the characteristics of COVID-19. Then they will go to find how other communities or other countries are coping with this same problem successfully. After that, they are going to analyze their own problems and try to find better solutions. Furthermore, they have to know the English terms of COVID-19 and other more vivid vocabularies in order to create a dramatic play. Finally, they are going to rehearse again and again so as to present a splendid dramatic story. During the whole process, each participant may have opportunity to become an expert of dealing with COVID-19. Moreover, what they may have obtained from this project may be knowledge of English language, different abilities and skills of using English, and a sense of responsibility to make commitment to the safety and the security of the community. They may become a creator and a designer of their healthy and a safe homeland. Since Dorothy's experiment, drama in education, drama in theater, educational drama, and applied drama have been created and used for education widely in the world. That is why the English class is also drama class in Britain today. At the same time, American drama educators have used creative drama to develop children's creativity. On the basis of a lot of pioneers of drama education, I started my experiment in English language teaching. What I have explored in English teaching is that both English and drama are used as media to develop students' 14 intelligences. The aim of English teaching is to nurture whole man or ideal man rather than teaching English language alone. The students do drama activities without realizing clearly that they are learning English. For them, they are playing games. With this method, the students' English language skills are improved, and their 14 intelligences are also developed. Furthermore, the students will get not only pleasure and beauty, but also individuality and even individuation. So English language learning is not only a process of getting English language knowledge and improving English language skills any longer. It has become one process for language learners to grow up pleasantly, obtain beauty, and develop individuality. It has been one powerful and effective means to develop whole man. My talk is over. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Jayan. Indeed, your comments on drama education and role-playing games in improving the motivation of students, I think is an excellent input for English teachers, especially for English teachers as a foreign language. And I think all the nations can learn much from China's massive approach towards online education and Xiamen University's online and physical mixture. So we hope to further gain your experiences in the future and maintain our communications with you. Thank you very much, Professor Jaya. This concludes our day 1 plenary sessions. We shall reconvene in about 5 minutes for the technical sessions. We're running a little over time at the moment, but I request participants in the technical sessions to kindly stay online. We shall reconvene in about 5 minutes' time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my dear Mr. Pascal. So we will start within 5 minutes our wonderful sessions, the technical sessions, in which various topics in language teaching and learning, either in ESL or EFL settings, will be presented by wonderful educators and researchers from different parts of the world. We have got more than 10 countries in this particular conference. Like, as you can see, people are speaking from China, from Malaysia, from Egypt, from USA tomorrow, and also from Algeria, from Saudi Arabia, from Yemen, from India, and some other countries. You are all most welcome to this particular and these coming sessions. So please join us in 3 minutes. We will start the technical sessions. And we would like now to call the researchers in the first session to get ready. And now we will test the sound with them. So we will start with the first technical session that will be chaired by Professor Antar Abdullah Suleihi from Egypt. And we would like to call Dr. Murali. He is available there. Very wonderful. And also Dr. Pratap Kumar.
Yes, sir, I am here. Am I audible?
You are most welcome. Yes, you are very audible and wonderful. And also we have Buhaina Acharjadi, Department of English Language at Thamar University. And we have also Dr. Shirley. She is going to speak from Aligara Muslim University. I think in Aligarh, yes. So the 4 presenters are available. You can confirm, please, now. Yes, one by one. Okay, so Buhaina is there. Dr. Murali is there. Pratap, sir.
Hello, sir.
Is there. Amazing. And Dr. Shirley, Joy. Very fine. That means we have the first 3 available.
Yes, yes, I'm there.
Okay, amazing. Fantastic. Thank you for being on time. So now I would like to invite Mr. Pascal to initiate the technical sessions. Mr. Pascal, please. So Mr. Pascal now maybe is having something to drink. He has been with us from the early morning. We really thank him. He is a master's student in the Department of Linguistics at Kerala University in India. And we are really thankful for his cooperation and support. We would like to attract the attention of our wonderful presenters that please abide by the time. You have 12 minutes for presentation. Then it depends on the chair. Either he decides that the discussion can be right after each presentation, or the 4 researchers can receive the feedback or if there is any question or clarification at the end of the session. And when you reach the 10 minutes, we will try to ring the bell. The bell will be here to give you an idea that your time is approaching the end and you should conclude. Generally speaking, please try to don't spend much time in the introduction. We need the gist of your work. We need the fruitful parts in which you present the problem, and then what was the methodology and the solutions. We need the solutions, which are the results. So please bear with us and cooperate with us in terms of being punctual and winding up, finishing your presentations in 12 minutes. Thank you. So, dear Pascal, are you available, or I can take the lead? Okay. So we would like to invite Dr. Antar Abdullah to chair the session. Dr. Antar, are you available?
Yes, I'm available.
Okay, so I would like to invite Sruti to introduce the chairperson. Though we haven't introduced, but the formality.
Yes.
Let's speak up.
It's a great pleasure, but you have.
So the first presenter, according to the booklet of the conference in front of me, is Moral Christian.
Yes, sir, I'm here. Good afternoon.
Okay.
Mr. Morali and others, please mute yourself until your time comes, because there is a disturbance in the sound. So, Sruti, please introduce our wonderful chairperson.
Moving to our technical session, it's a great pleasure that we have.
Sir, no audible, sir.
Shruti, you need to unmute your,
There is no sound.
Your microphone, please. Shruti, thank you.
Moving to our technical session, it's a great pleasure that we have an eminent scholar from the land of pyramid to chair the session, Professor Antar Abdullah, Professor of ESL and Applied Linguistics, College of Education, South Valley University, Egypt. As Dr. Amin mentioned earlier, Professor Antar contributed immensely in the field of language, education, teaching, and literature. He has more than 90 books in his credit and published 14 papers. And his academic endeavors are continuing. With all honor, we invite Professor Antar Abdullah to chair the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the introduction, and I'm happy to have the presenters today. We have 4 presenters, and according to the booklet of the conference, the first professor is Professor Moral Krishnan, was an associate professor and head of the Department of English in the MES Sambi College in Kerala, India. And his topic will be about ELT for community engagement. I invite him to kindly stick to the 10-minute time and to start when he is ready.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Antar Abdullah, who is chairing the session. Let me also thank Dr. Shanawaz and Dr. Amin Ali I hope I am audible there.
Yes, you're audible, Dr.
Yeah.
Krishnan.
So shall I move on to the presentation of the screen, like the PPT?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you, sir. Is that visible there, the other side?
We're waiting for that. Yeah, I can see it now for myself. My fault.
Sir, can you see that now?
Yes, it's visible.
Yes.
Please go on. Please go on.
Okay, so I think I can start from here. Hello, shall I start from here?
Yes, please. Please go on.
Okay. So let me move on to the presentation.
Let's go on. That's everything visible.
So the topic is English language teaching for community engagement. Now this is the entire paper, or the entire presentation is based on a personal experience that we had when we had for the last, I should say, for the last 4 to 5 years, when we actually went to the society, when we actually went to the community for the development of English language teaching and the spreading the language as such into the rural areas of Kerala. Now, I went to a few villages. Actually, the department, along with the postgraduate students, went to a few villages in the rural areas so that we could conduct various sessions in various places, and we had a particular, say, a short-term engagement with the society there. So that's what I would like to present here. Now, this actually triggered a lot of like ideas related to what kind of thing that we are actually doing from the theoretical perspective also. So what I'm presenting here is the real experience that I had from, I should say, 2016 to 2020. So moving on to the first part, the theory, as we all know, is based on what we call as the social or the service kind of learning. So community engagement pedagogies, it is also called as service learning, are the ones that combine learning goals and community service. So we are actually integrating two things there. We are actually conducting sessions for young kids and their parents, as well as the like community leaders also, who are part of the program. Remember, I am not concentrating, or we were not concentrating on the school students or the young kids there. We were also accommodating their parents, who are of course not privileged to learn English language, and also the community leaders of that particular society. They were the target audience, so they were sitting there for the entire program. And actually, along with that, we had also other sessions also. I'll come to the details one after the other. So according to the basics of service learning, as we can see here, it is a teaching and learning strategy that integrates meaningful community service with instruction and reflection to enrich the learning experience, teach civic responsibility, and strengthen communities. So that is the basic principle that we would like to I would like to share regarding this particular practice. And let me quote from Eiler and Giles, that is, it is a form of experiential education. Actually, the theory came late to me, because actually we have been practicing it for some time. But when I tried to correlate the theory with the practice that we were doing, I could see that actually it is a kind of a practice which is generally, I should say, universally accepted in many parts of the world. Such things are happening. So in our state, we could easily implement with the help of the community. So it is that's why I said it is English language learning through community engagement. Now, this is the level, I should say. We have the student facilitators, the faculty members, and the community. There are 3 levels. For student facilitators, I said they are postgraduate students who are learning there in my department. They actually adopt authentic teaching materials. They focus on practical and meaningful communication activities. They maintain student-teacher rapport and interpersonal relationship, and they gain in-context knowledge about how teaching can benefit from various service learning activities. That is concentrated actually, it is actually meant for the student. Now, moving on to the faculty members. Now, we are not directly involved in the work. The actual work is done by our own students, but we are present there. All the department faculty members are there to witness what is happening in the transaction process. So what we do actually is that we mentor students. So we mentor student teachers. We reflect on their own teaching practices. If in case there is some correction to be done, we do that at the practical level also. And we engage in team teaching and group work, and we undertake professional development via context interaction. That is one level there. And as far as the community is concerned, that is our target. So we have school students who get to know an alternative paradigm of teaching learning experience. So they have their usual classroom, but here we actually provide them with a different paradigm, an alternative textbook as such, an alternative activity resource as such, by which they get interested to learn, or in the process of learning, I should say, is more interesting for them when we actually deal with them with this particular method. And then we have community leaders, parents, who get to know the means and methods of transaction. And I believe this can create a lot of democratization of the learning process, and it includes all members of the society. So there is a high element of inclusivity also in this particular practice. So nobody is sidelined, nobody is marginalized. Every member, whether be wherever or whoever it may be, they are all part of this learning experience. That's why we would say it is a kind of a community engagement. So when we went there, it is not just a matter of teaching of English. Side by side, we also had a program called collecting the e-waste, electronic waste materials from the same area where the school is located. So we collected them and we actually pooled them together. So it is actually a social service along with the teaching of English language. So I'm not moving on, or I'm not emphasizing on the e-waste collection. I'm concentrating more on the community engagement for the sake of teaching English language. And what are the general outcomes that we have identified? Because when students went there, we can see certain positive outcomes. The first thing is it had a positive impact on students' academic learning. So they know, means our postgraduates as well as undergraduate students, they know how they could accommodate young kids in the learning process. It improves, this activity improves students' ability to apply what they have learned in the real world. It can create a positive impact on academic outcomes. Like what are the things that they learn along with this activity? If, for example, complexity of understanding, problem analysis, solving of problems, problem solving, critical thinking, and cognitive development. These are the learning outcomes. As well as personal outcomes, they have greater sense of personal efficacy, personal identity, spiritual growth, and moral development. This is also an outcome at the personal level. So moreover, they develop what we call as the interpersonal kind of a development. They have the
It seems Professor Moral is being disconnected.
It looks so, sir, but let's give him a chance. He still has 2 more minutes. If he comes back, that is wonderful. Because I was about to hit the bell, but he already disconnected.
Yeah, and he has been discussing the results of this wonderful experiment, so he's wrapping up anyway.
Yeah, he's a wonderful facilitator.
Yeah.
Well, okay, I believe Now we should go to the next presenter, that is Dr. Pratap, and then we will give a chance for the wonderful audience participants to ask questions at the end of the session. For Dr. Murali, who has just disconnected due to some technical issues, glitches.
Yeah, I would like to thank Professor Mural a lot, in fact, for the nice presentation. And now we move to Professor Pratap Kumar Dash, who is an associate professor in English and CV Raman Global University in India. And the topic would be about the spoken audio versus spoken English, overcoming ELT teachers' dilemma in classrooms in vernacular schools of Odisha. Then I invite the presenter to kindly start.
Thank you, sir. Am I audible? Hello.
Yeah, I'm sorry if I pronounced your name, mispronounced that or something.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. I know. Okay. Honorable Chair and the wonderful scholars present in this international conference. Thank you for giving this opportunity of presenting my paper. So let me share my PPT. Just a minute. Just 1 minute.
Sure.
Okay. Is it visible to all?
Yeah, I can see it now.
Very good. So the title of my paper is Spoken Odia versus.
Which is visible also.
Is it visible? Okay. Overcoming a teacher's dilemma in classrooms in vernacular schools of Odisha. So let me give you a brief profile of Odisha. It is one of the states in India with a population of around 4.5 billion. And this state has Odia as its language, but it has also some dialects. So far as its regions are concerned, for example, the southern Odisha people speak a different dialect of Odia, northern Odisha, and then central Odisha and coastal Odisha. Those people speak also different dialects of Odia. And my purpose is to show how these dialects have its impact, so to say, mother tongue influence in hindering the learning of spoken English, or maybe hindering the proficiency in spoken English at primary stage. Basically, my focus is on vernacular schools where our mother tongue is the main language, English is the second language, because in English medium schools it's not at all a problem, because they speak English and the proficiency courses are there, but in these vernacular schools the provision is a bit less. So in this way I had made a survey, and also it's out of my experience that I would like to share that in southern Odisha and in western Odisha and the tribal regions and eastern Odisha, right from the beginning, the teachers don't adopt the right method of improving the fluency in spoken English. Normally, in primary and secondary levels, they put emphasis on textbook contents and adopt more, so to say, we may roughly say bilingual method or grammar translation method to provide instruction. And most often, as you know, code switching and code shifting like problems takes place for most of the students. And I found one more problem in the text design, that maybe since we prepare one size fit textbook, they are not suitable to the people having a multilingual and multicultural setup. So mostly I found in rural and semi-urban areas, students of primary and secondary level are unable to improve their spoken English, for which even if they try, there are several such problems. In addition to that, regarding the scope and proper motivation, we found it's less. Students fail to achieve the most minimum standard of fluency. So it has become a long-lasting problem for us. Most of the students at the primary level are reluctant to speak, or they have shyness, nervousness, lack of confidence as a result of the wrong pattern of instruction. And they also find the environment to be not suitable for improving the right kind of approach in developing spoken English. So in this way, I found that actually the problem lies in generalizing the problem. We need to specify, as elsewhere I had prepared, given a proposal for a project of preparing a linguistic inventory in which we will keep...
Excuse me, Dr. Pratat, I'm sorry to
yes,
interrupt you, but Abdul Hakim has presented. Please, dear audience, don't present while there is another presenter. So you can present again, my dear Pratat. Start again presenting.
Okay. What should I do, sir?
Present now. Again, start the presentation from the beginning to share. Start sharing.
Just slide, just share your screen once again, please.
Please cooperate, because this online activities, they need cooperation from all sides.
Okay. So you mean I will present from the beginning?
No, there's no need to present from the beginning. Please continue from where you left off, but we would like you to share your screen once more so that we can see your PPT.
Oh,
that's
well.
yeah.
Is it visible?
Yeah, it is now.
So let me make it full.
Professor seems to have accidentally left the meeting. He's back now. He's back now.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah,
I clicked the wrong button.
Sure.
Okay. Okay. Is it visible now? Hello.
No. Yeah.
Is my PPT visible?
Yes, now. Yes, it is now.
Okay. Shall I continue?
Yeah, from where you stopped.
Okay. So just I was going to draw your attention to some of the problems associated with improvement of fluency of students in vernacular schools. As I highlighted, there are pedagogical, then psychological, socio-cultural problems associated specifically with the students. So for that matter, instead of designing a syllabus which is one size fit, we have to customize according to the need of the such specific students. The thing is that we have language policy as outlined by the national government, which we follow in designing the ELT syllabus or maybe English language syllabus. But in addition to that, there is a need of preparing our own materials and methods befitting to the need of the local students, as I told you, because they have their specific problems. For Odisha, as I told you, in the northern part, in the western part, in the southern part, so actually they have a different type of accent. I found these are the problems that I show in this PPT, that we have some general problems in Odia that affects speaking English. Like this is one of the most important thing that we find, the final O, and then lack of sh. Then z is pronounced differently, and there is a problem between sh and cho. So these are the general problems for Odia speakers. There is confusion between vowel for like sounds. In addition to that, also we have confusion in the monophthongs, like so is not clear. So similarly, these are also some more sound related problems that I have mentioned here out of my experience and experiments. So these are also influenced by the neighboring languages of the state. Like in southern Odisha, we find the influence of Telugu, which is characterized by suffix postpositions. And in the northern part, Bengali influence is there. In western part, Hindi influence is there. So accordingly, they speak English. So in this way, I also find that some typical sound problems are there in northern part, southern part, and western part of Odisha, which is found prevalent in learning English. So another problem is related to rotaticization, because at a primary stage, students don't have so much of consciousness, for which U is a problem, Ka is a problem, then dentals like Ta, Da, these are also problems. Then lengthening the vowel or shortening the vowel is a problem. Weak forms is a problem. So these problems that I have pointed out. Moreover, typically Odia, when we translate it to English, it has got idiomatic senses, which is influencing or affecting the language learning or translating that into English. So this is how I have also recorded some of the common conversations both in English and Odia, but Odia, as I showed you here, Central Odisha, South Odisha, West North Odisha. So their structure, the sentences or the expressions are structured in a different way, which is not compatible with English. So my point is, instead of making this example of a short conversation, in which also I found certain problems. So my suggestion is, instead of making a one-size-fit syllabus, we have to find alternatives, suitable alternatives to design syllabus befitting the needs of the students of the specific areas of this state, where the strength of
Professor Dash, are you still there?
It looks like that, Professor Antar, when they approach the end of their time, something happens. So I think we can invite the next presenter, and then we will give these two presenters 1 minute more to conclude at the end of the session. Yes, Professor Andal. Unmute yourself, Professor Antar, please. Unmute yourself.
Professor Antar Abdullah, we can't hear you. If you can kindly unmute yourself.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just forgot to unmute that. So I'm presenting Professor Pothaina Al-Sharjabi from the English Language Department, Faculty of Education, in Thamar University in Yemen. And she will be talking about the effect of using audiovisual aids when teaching English language in basic schools in Thamar City, Yemen. Professor Pothaina, if you are available, you can start right away, please.
Thank you, Mr. Abdullah Antar, sorry. By the way, I'm not a professor, I'm just a teaching member. Okay. Am I audible?
Yeah. Yes, I can hear you quite well.
Yeah, directly to the topic because of the time. At the beginning, thank you, and thank you for giving this chance for presenting my study. Let me share my PPT. Is it visible?
You can go directly to your PPT because yes, you are sharing. Okay. Make it full screen.
You need to click on the tab of the PPT.
I'm trying, but I think there is a technical problem. Is it visible now?
Okay. Yeah, it is now.
Okay. You know, in Yemen, teaching English language starts, it is a course. As a complementary course, starts from the primary stage to the secondary stage, and the name of the course is the crescent, but there are shortcomings in the teaching process itself. Therefore, I carried out my study on the effect of using audio-visual aids on teaching English language in female basic education schools in the Thamar city. The objectives of the study is to find out the effect of using audiovisual aids in English language teaching at female basic schools, to explore to what extent teachers use all audiovisual aids and its availability in schools, to assess the school's environment suitability for audiovisual aids by assessing the classroom environment, school administration, and teachers' qualification for the use of audiovisual aids. And the last one is to investigate English language teaching methods and the use of audiovisual aids. The study tools, I have 7 study tools, pre-test, audiovisual aids, such as cards, flashcards, wall cards, and cassette records. Activities were done in order to apply the audiovisual aids using them. such as on English language skills, grammar, vocabulary, listening, reading, writing, and spelling. There was a post-test, questionnaire, observations, and conversations with the teaching staff. One public female basic education school was chosen randomly. 8th grade students, you can say here, 1 grade students with 2 groups of the same class. Pre-test was given for 100 students of that class. It was consisted of 6 sets of questions derived from what they have studied in their previous units. After the first group was the experimental group, consisted of 50 students being taught a unit of their English curriculum textbook with the use of audio-visual aids. Whereas the second group, which serves as a control group, was taught the same unit without using the audio-visual aids. A post-test also was given for students of the 2 groups. The test also consisted of 6 sets of questions from what they have studied in this unit with the use of audio-visual aids for the experimental group. And yeah, the test was given for both of them. Another one was a survey questionnaire, was designed for teachers. Observations also have been made around the 3 weeks we applied the study on. Oral conversations with English language teachers and school principals. Let's come to the results of the control group. We have here the difference between the results. It shows that it is very low and negligible, and that is because of 2 reasons. The first one was the pre-test were from what they have studied in the previous unit of the first semester. And the time when the students were given the pre-test has already when they finished their exams of the first semester, so consequently it was very easy for them to remember. And then results of the experimental group. We have here the difference of the results of the pre-test and the post-test of the experimental group. The results shows that the use of audio-visual aids in classroom has positively affected the students' acquisition for the learning process. Results of 6 language skills which were specified to examine for the experimental group. Throughout the results, we can find here the grammar. Look here, the results of the pre-test and the post-test, or the difference in the results, is 2.21%. This means that the use of cards had a great effect for the students to learn English grammar effectively and easily. If we come to the vocabulary, also we use the flashcards, cassette records, and it shows the numbers, or the results here shows the results shows here we have what? The audio-visual aids or the flashcards and cassettes affected the students' vocabulary learning despite the problems that we met while presenting them. If we come to the listening here, yeah, through the results we have here, it is very clear that the use of the tape recorder didn't affect English language teaching, and that could attribute it for different reasons. We can say the students didn't use to learn to the native speakers themselves. Also, you can say the students have a very limited vocabularies. Moreover, the cassettes were not well designed. It was also very difficult for students in this it was very difficult in this age for them to scoop or coop up the speed of deliveries. And then we come to the reading. It had been noted that the use of wall cards, flashcards, and cassette recorder in teaching reading skills was effective. If we come to the writing skills, here also, teaching writing skills was influential through the use of posters and wall cards. The last one is spelling here. Also, we can say that the use of flashcards and some activities that are related to the writing missing letters were effective. It can be here very clear that the effect of using audiovisual aids affected the English language teaching. Okay, now let's come to the results of the questionnaire. We have here, through the results of the questionnaire, the use of audiovisual aids and its availability in schools. Through the point 143, they reflect the absence of audiovisual aids in schools, which prevents teachers from using them in their classes. Also, the English language teacher has the ability to use audiovisual aids, and they only need training in order to know how to prepare and use them in the class, and that was clear in number 2 and 5. If we come to the classroom environment, here are 5 points related to the classroom environment. Through the teacher responses to points 3 or to items 3, 2, 1, 4, and 5, shows the environment of the class is not suitable for the use of audiovisual aids. And those who respond to item 4, 5, and 2 don't mind if the environment of the classroom is not suitable because they don't use audiovisual aids at all, even if they are available in classrooms or not. If we come to school administration here, the percentages of items 7 and 8 shows that the school administration can't produce audiovisual aids because of the lack of required resources. And the teachers who responds to item 7, he or she doesn't need to use the tape recorder for listening comprehension in order to know whether the school is provided with records or not. And the results of the teacher who respond to point number 8 means that teachers don't care whether tape and teacher's guide in teaching English language are available or not available. If we come to the teacher's qualifications in using audio-visual aids, here we can say it can be concluded that teachers are not educationally qualified in, to use audiovisual aids in teaching English language classes, despite their knowledge about their importance. They know that they are very important.
Ms. Faina, sorry to interrupt you. You have 1 minute to conclude, please.
Okay, so also here the relation between the use of audiovisual aids and English language teaching. We have seen that teachers only use the only one method, that's teacher use the grammar translation method in order to be easy for them to teach the language itself. We have some conversations, we have here observations, conclusions, the use of audiovisual aids positively affected teaching English language at female basic education schools of the Thamar city. And large number of teachers don't use audiovisual aids because they are not available in schools. The school environment is not suitable for the use of audiovisual aids, and the classrooms are not suitable and comfortable. The school administrations are not provided with them, and the teachers here, they know the knowledge about their importance. Teacher integrated different aspects of classroom methods in teaching English language. For this reason, some teachers feel they don't need to use audiovisual aids. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Buthaina, for this informative and nice presentation of your study. We move now to the fourth presenter, who is Shirley J. Joy, the Independent Scholar of English in Aligarh Muslim University, University in India. And
thank you, sir.
Yeah. and the talk is about innovative pedagogical styles in ELT learning in rural context. Is Professor Shirley Choi available?
With the permission of the chair, I'd like to present my PPT.
Okay. If you are ready, please go on.
Okay, sir.
Thank you. I think you need to share your presentation, Dr. Charlie.
And also to unmute herself, please.
Actually, sir, there's a technical glitch, so I'm just, moving to it. Just give me 4 more minutes to just present my slide, please, sir.
If you have a difficulty, I can share your PowerPoint from here, from our side.
I think I'm visible. My PPT is visible, sir.
Not, yeah, now it is coming. Fine. You can go on, please.
So my topic for today's paper presentation is about innovative pedagogical styles in English language teaching, learning in rural context. I would start with a quotation from Gradol that throughout India, there's an extraordinary belief among almost all castes and classes in both rural and urban areas in the transformative power of English. English is seen not just as a useful skill, but as a symbol of a better life, a pathway out of all poverty and oppression. Aspiration of such magnitude is a heavy burden for any language and for those who have responsibility for teaching it to bear. The challenges of providing universal access to English are significant, and many are bound to feel frustrated at the speed of progress, but as we cannot ignore the way that the English language has emerged as a powerful agent for change in India. This, this quotation really reflects the deep roots of English in India, because English, though a foreign tongue, has occupied a unique status in Indian context. Because you can firstly, because it provides a linguistic tool for the administrative cohesiveness of the country, and secondly, it serves as a language of communication. And if we look at the history, there were various committees that came there were various committees and commissions set up by the government, has always given the recommendations and suggestions on continuing teaching of English. In fact, we can never forget the colonizers who were basically behind the exposition of English language. It was Lord Macaulay whose educational policies on English led to gain roots on Indian soil. That was formally given by Macaulay in his Minute on Indian Education, 1835. Lord Macaulay, the president of the General Committee of the Public Information, that is GCPI, in his minute, he justified the use of English as a medium of instruction and also the teaching of Western education to Indians, because he believed that Indian in blood and color, but English in taste and opinions, in morals and intellect. So, likewise, this was like a formal minute that was, came in India to spread English. Okay. Next, with the independence came the Article 343, Clause 2 of the Constitution of India, which believed that, because I would take out here that India is a multilingual country. The Article 343 Clause 2 states of the Constitution with the coming of Constitution, it was recommended by the Constitution that English language shall continue to be used for all the official purposes of the Union for which it was being used before such commencement. And developing Hindi as a substitute for English, it was believed that after this period, both the states and the center would be able to dispense with English for good. And imposition of Hindi on non-Hindi states, particularly Madras and West Bengal, resulted in clashes. So this was Article 340. Again, they came up with that English should be there because, again, I'm telling you, different states, they have their different priorities, and especially the disparity between the north and the south. So the South Indians believe that why they need to learn Hindi. And so again, with this article, they laid the roots to develop English. The third was the Official Languages Commission Reports, 1955. According to it, this commission realized the unique position of English, differences between, again, South Indian and North India. Madras believed that they were benefited through English and for Indian unity. Okay, next came in 1966, the Kothari Commission. When again, with the differences between the leaders and differences of opinions, again with some people believe that Western education is going to bring a great devastation, and now Indian culture and Indian roots are going to be destroyed. And since then the Kothari Commission laid this kind of a commission, that a report came that the adoption of Hindi as a common medium of education is not possible for some years to come in non-Hindi areas. They also kept this thing and it moved on. However, Kothari Commission in 1966 suggested that English should continue for the medium of instruction, that they also felt that English should be continued. Now, objective of teaching English in India. Basically, if we look at the objectives, there are two main objectives, that is language development and literacy development. At the junior level, what we require from the students is that they should understand spoken language. They are able to speak the language, write the language, and read the language. While at the senior level, it is the development of taste for English literature comprising of prose, poetry, story, etc. Drawing aesthetic pleasure from reading literature books. Understanding critical reviews, ability to translate a text or a literary article. Developing creativity in learners, that they are able to write poems and short stories, are able to come up with their own creativity. Now, the importance of teaching English. Basically, if we see that there are 5 important points of 6 important points, basically I would say that which states that yes, teaching English is very important in Indian context. First, that it is an international importance of being as an international language, that it interlinks with different people of the world, and you can say as this language promotes international understanding and exchange of ideas and knowledge. Okay, next is the educational, direct medium of knowledge of modern arts, science, humanities, technology, etc. As this knowledge is published in a number of journals, books which are in English only. Vocational, provide opportunities in varied vocations such as diplomatic, foreign services, business, commerce, medicine, teaching, law, etc. Cultural, English widens cultural horizons. It develops scientific, technical, and commercial relations with other countries, and thereby exchanging different cultures and tradition. 2. Understanding of cultures become easier with the understanding of English language. Disciplinary, knowledge of English somewhere opens a way to learn what is good and what is not. Okay. Recreational. Now, recreational, we all know that reading for pleasure. Many of the people find solace and tranquility in the stories, dramas, novels, etc., translated or written in English. Now, coming to the context of rural India. Rural India, if we see that English is not so, easily accepted in rural context. They believe that yes, English is very important as a subject, and definitely if the children are going to learn English, they are going to be, definitely their future is going to be very, very secure, and of course a successful future. But If we come to the rural part of India, especially, when I interviewed fiber teachers and students in North UP, so what I came to, have an understanding is that is the deterioration in standards as compared to urban learners. What I found out here through the teachers interview and also students, what the parents believe is, especially they are agriculturists. And when they send their student to school, though government has come up with very, very good initiatives of providing lunch, providing, monthly for girl child education, providing scholarship, but what they believe is that if the child is going to help them, it's going to be rewarding in terms of monetary gain. So what is that? They do not, are not regular sending their children to school. So you can understand the mentality here that for them, if the children are going to earn, they are going to earn like rupees 300 per day. So it is more beneficial than sending them to school. Though they know that a school education is very important and it's going to make their child more competent in the future. And the next is the students are not proficient with the skills. Again, the reason I've already told you that if they are not regular to school, definitely the skills are going to be hampered. Then the lack of infrastructure. If we see that the infrastructure is also, somewhere because of the lack of the parents are not so competent enough, the competent because of the not so competent background. It is also somewhere it is affecting the whole context. Then examination-oriented teaching and learning, majority not aware of technological advancement, grammar translation method. Again, they are more focusing on grammar learning. More rote learning, they are, the teachers are more focusing on rote learning. Then learning taken to be granted due to family pressures. Again, I told you. The next is reasons of failure to acquire mastery of English language. Like, what are the reasons behind? Like, assessment of learners' terminal behavior is evaluated on the basis of text and not skill. They are given a text, they have to rote learn, then the assessment is done on the basis of that, what they have reproduced. Then unequal opportunities in accessing English language. Students are not getting enough, opportunity to learn access English language. For them, it's a foreign language, and to accept it is quite difficult for them. Okay. Then again, stress on grammar and rules. Poor quality of English language teaching context in terms of infrastructure, in terms of teachers also, not so competent teachers in terms of pronunciation. Then poor quality of English language teaching context, inadequate support system in the form of teachers and teaching materials, lack of interest in students to learn English as it's not their mother tongue, less initiative to learn English as they know they're going to be promoted. Yes, this is one more point. When I interviewed one of the teachers, she told me that the students were not coming. I said, why the students are not having the regular attendance? She said, because they know that the rule has come of all pass system. So they know if they are going to leave their copies as blank, they are going to be passed. Quite, on the students' level, it's easy that if they are not studying also, they are going to be passed. They are going to be promoted. Then lack of motivation. Again, I'm telling you, the context is not favoring them. They are not motivated to learn English, to understand English. Poor infrastructure and overcrowded classes. When I interviewed one of the teachers, she said that 3 classes are being summoned together, and they are being teaching because lack of teachers are also there. And again, they have a program also that sometimes, the child is much, his age is much, not according to the level of students, but they are being sit in the same class in order to attain that kind of, the competence, so that after they attain the competence and they are being
Dr. Shirley,
next
could you please conclude in 1 minute?
Hello.
Yes, can you please conclude?
Yes, innovative pedagogical styles, that is a report of Onate Place 2018 mentions some innovative modern trends in language teaching. That is demonstrative learning. They came up with the demonstrative learning, like demonstrate, comprising potential educational projects, presentation of products through which students demonstrate what they have learned. It's also accompanied by digital and multimedia projects in order to assess students' oral and listening skills. Asset-based learning, focusing on the talents of learners by viewing diversity in thought, culture, traits as positive assets. Learner-centered approach. This approach basically focuses on critical thinking and problem solving, creativity, innovation, collaboration, teamwork, leadership, cross-cultural understanding, and communicating information. Technology-based learning. This type of learning helps both teachers and learners to be linked to modern methodology and necessity of time. In fact, it makes both learning and teaching quite innovative. Now, yes. Now, innovative styles of teaching English in rural context. We can innovate like skill-based learning, focus on communicative ability, which could include all the 4 skills of English language. They can have different games to, to enhance students' communicative skills. Like, because they come from so poor background, but they know, like, we can start with the vocabulary, like, which vegetable is this? What is it? How is it pronounced? So we can start with a skill-based writing. We can make them write on the boards. Okay. Audiovisual aids, making students watch or listen to English news, short stories, poems, advertisements, etc. regularly can work wonders. Teaching through language enactment plays. Again, because our own Prime Minister has now, laid very much emphasis on vocal for local. So I would, suggest like the locally, folk tales and locally, they have this epics being, short, you can say short plays being played on the TVs and peer teaching. It involves one or more students teaching other learners. Harkness method of learning. This also I found in one of the white papers that Harkness method. The students sit in circle and certain topics are discussed. Oral poetry recitation is encouraged, and once students get comfortable, collaborative language games can be introduced, and later on complex activities and discussions can be included. Meanwhile, the teacher serves as a guide through the whole discussion. Inclusion of digital aids. Digital aids can definitely do wonders in teaching and learning. It helps learners to understand the concept along with the teacher's instruction. Like this teacher, if when I interviewed, she said they have no no other technological aid in the school. So I said, why don't you use your own mobile phone, your own to teach students? Now involving parents, we can conduct special sessions for parents to make them realize the importance of learning and teaching English for their children. Then conclusion, I would conclude here like this, that language learning can all be made perfect through constant practice and continuous exposure to the target language skills of LSRW, that is listening, speaking, reading, and writing. Though it seems difficult, but applying, adjusting, and experimenting innovative methodologies can help learners to feel at ease with English language. Above all, a teacher can never be substituted for any other method experiment. His or her interference and motivation can only be a remedial source for change. Technological inclusion can make learning and teaching more entertaining and effective. Numerous other ways, all we try is to create a practical involvement of students which could lead to understanding and improving English language for rural students. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Charlie Joy, for this nice presentation that is also informative and that is based on historical evidence and needs analysis of the role of local areas and specified in your study presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Sure. According to the schedule, I think we are having just now 10 minutes to finish, or more than that, Dr. Amin. And are we inviting participants to ask questions, or just I'm giving a feedback? I have some feedback to give each of the presenters, but I just would like to know if there is time for questions and answers or not.
Okay, so we can give them the audience time to ask questions, but first we would like Dr. Pratab to unmute himself and do it 1 minute accidentally.
So I didn't get what you said lastly, so because there is a problem in the voice and sound. There seems to be.
Yeah, Dr. Pratab, you can just speak without video or without even presentation, just the conclusion of your study. Unmute yourself, and in 1 minute you can please state the conclusion.
So who is presenting now, or just give the feedback?
Yeah, we are giving a chance for Dr. Pratab. He left accidentally. Okay.
Yes, Professor Pratab, please go on.
Yes, sir. Hello.
We get you.
Yes, go on.
Hello.
Go on. Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, should I give my conclusion here?
Yes, sir. The conclusion, please.
Yes. Sorry, there was a network problem. My conclusion is actually I want that the syllabus designers should focus on the local needs, the problems of, they should focus on the problems of the vernacular learners at the primary and secondary level. In addition to designing the text for the general readers, I mean students, teachers should also focus on the specific mother tongue influence problem and introduce spoken English from the primary level. In addition to that, they should also understand what is the problem associated with words and expressions or sound patterns in northern, western, southern and central Odisha. And also they should give priority to the cultural context, local cultural context in which students have some idea, so that they can translate that to into English and use for spoken English purposes, and that would also improve their confidence in spoken English. So this much said.
Thank you very much. Yes, Professor Antar, you can open the whole session for discussion if you have some questions.
Yeah, okay. So I first would like to thank all the 4 presenters for the nice and informative presentations. In fact, I liked all of them because they come also and cover different topics in ELT, linguistics, error analysis, contrastive analysis, and program development. So every one of them has done very good effort and a very good presentation. So I also invite the audience now to ask questions and give feedback to whoever they like of the 4 presenters. So I think we can wait for like a message to be written for every person who would like to ask a question, and then we give the microphone to themselves. Or they can just unmute themselves and speak right away. Okay. Yeah. Or if there is a question, you can write in the chat box.
Well, it looks like that the audience are satisfied and they captured the ideas of the visitors. What we
Okay, I have
need
some
now is
feedback with the presenters if there is time, just for 2 minutes or something. So that
yes, we can give time, and at the same time we have the emails and the phone numbers of all the presenters. If there is any question, you can write to us, and then we will write to them. Then we will feedback any person who has a question or needs clarification. I can see one question there, Professor. You can read it in the chat box.
Yeah. Let's see. The question is
Yes,
for
yes, a question for me. My suggestion is that primary, both at primary and secondary school level, the teacher should be well equipped to assess the learners' errors in speech, basically in spoken English, the sound problems, and also they should motivate them to speak more and more and better. And also they should take up the subjects, the context in which they are well equipped with, instead of giving a remote textual subject. If they ask regarding their own culture, their parents, their locality, their surrounding, whatever they know, so that would help them to translate the ideas better and be motivated to speak. I think Mr. Javed got the answer.
Yeah, and it is a very good answer too, because in fact, after your wonderful contrasted analysis of the sound problems and the problematics in sounds for Odisha, in fact, the solution for the problems of the teachers and the dilemmas of the teachers will be easy if they take these into consideration.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, there is another question for you. Just can't see it.
Yes, please.
Can I ask my question?
Yeah, Ramin, yes, you can ask a question. To whom?
Yes, to Dr. Pratap Kumar Dash.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Okay, so you were talking about spoken language, the differences at the spoken language at the regional level, right? When you talked about north, west, south differences.
Yes.
But if this is at the regional level,
yes,
isn't it possible for just the teachers to orient themselves with the difference? I mean, you talked about how there is a need to not have a one-sized script syllabus.
Yeah.
But that does not need to happen at the government level, right? Only the teachers need to be themselves oriented.
Yeah, teachers need to design that. They should be well equipped with that because government cannot do it altogether for all.
Yes, but
yeah.
But what is the need for a syllabus in that? Because it is spoken English, it's just what they teach in the classroom. So I don't understand when you talk about the syllabus. Designing
No,
a syllabus.
madam, I'm not talking about syllabus. I'm talking about the need-based lessons they should prepare. It's not entirely a syllabus. It's a need-based lesson they should prepare on the basis of the local need. That only I apply.
I don't get it. Local need, as in this is just on spoken English.
Yeah, spoken English, but unless we get a context. So, for example, introducing yourself or meeting goodbye, these are very general things, but that won't help when a student wants to express more and more contextually. So, in addition to the textual matters, the prescribed textbooks, they should have their some local cultural context, maybe some social context, maybe something that students know, maybe from sports, maybe from anything they like. So they should prepare some certain lessons to teach them, and simultaneously they should also find out the problem of sounds and syllables or the spoken English problems and help them to improve.
Okay, sir, in your PPT that was going so far, you talked about the differences in the consonants and the syllables and all vowels changes.
Yes.
That's what I was wondering about. How are you planning to incorporate that into the syllabus? Because I guess you did not reach up the local.
Not syllabus, ma'am. I tell you, it is related to the teacher's perception. They should do it regionally because it's not possible, and that way we should provide the training.
Okay.
The trainer should also provide the training.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Welcome.
Okay, thank you, Prince. We have also another question for you. It's written by Randa Harposh about EFL prospective teachers preparation and in-service training for this problem in Odisha. So,
yes, it's not EFL actually here. It is ESL, but right now even ESL is not existing because we treat English to be a very common language for all purposes. Teachers should develop. Right now, what happens? We put emphasis on pedagogy, pedagogic skills. We put emphasis on different psychological and sociological aspects. But most of the teachers don't apply the sense of sound, phonetics, and spoken English problems at the primary level. So that creates problem. So I want to highlight, I want to make the teachers prepare to sort out the problems related to sounds, maybe syllables, stress and intonation, and then context.
Okay, thank you, Professor. There is a question for Professor Morales. Available.
Professor, if you can read it before the last.
Yeah, it's for Professor Morales, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes, I am here, sir.
Okay, so can you read that? It's
It's a
about community
question.
engagement.
It's a community engagement needs to be scaled up.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think it has to be made broader and larger. Of course, it should start from the beginning, and it should be made part of the activity of the curriculum, so that you engage community throughout. It is not just a matter of focusing on something like 1 week or a 2 week program. It should be part of a curriculum of the state syllabus, so that you reach the underprivileged part of the society.
Okay.
Yes, yes, I agree with this.
Thank you. Yeah. Are there other questions?
Let's take
Yeah.
one last.
I have a question.
One more question and that. Yeah. So, Yohini, you raised up your hand.
Yeah,
you can.
I raised my hand.
Yeah, Yohani. Yeah,
Okay.
go ahead.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to say thank you the coordinators, presenters, and participants of this visual conference. My question is especially to Butania. I'm not sure about the pronunciation of her name, from Yemen. I'm not sure whether she is available here now or not, but the question is, her topic was, yes?
Miss Busaina.
Yeah, she is here, yeah. So my question to you, Dr. Bitania, is your topic was about audio-visual aids in teaching English language in basic schools of Yemen. And my question will be, what will be your suggestion in relation with using audio-visual aids in rural areas, in schools of rural areas, particularly in developing countries? Such instruments, audio-visual aids may not be available there. So what suggestion may you have to us to use in such situations? Thank you.
The Ministry of Education should provide the schools with different kinds of audio-visual aids. That is number one, to give opportunity for the schools to practice using audio-visual aids in classes. The universities should give a point and should support the schools with this point. Yeah, I mean the officers of any of the Thamar Educational Office, or I mean in general, if you talk about the development countries, they should interfere and exert some effort to encourage teachers to use audio-visual aids. Okay. So teachers need to be aware also of the use of audio-visual aids. I know it is very difficult for them to prepare it at home, or to bring it to expense budget to give it from their expense. But I think we have some things at home, we can do it, or we can bring it with us to classes as teachers. Even if we are developed countries, just we can bring anything with us from the surrounding areas, from our homes, that can help the teacher to use audio-visual aids in classes.
I may add to that, just to confirm Ms. Buthaina's point. We have two types of audiovisual aids, high-tech and low-tech. So low technology audiovisual aids can be done by hand in very basic environments. There is no need to electricity, there is no need to devices to be used. So flashcards, for example, can be drawn, or pictures that can be excerpted from magazines or newspapers, or the teacher just himself or herself can be a visual aid by himself or by herself. Thank you, Ms. Hussain.
Yeah, that is it. Yeah, most welcome.
Okay. I see that we don't have more questions on the text box. And I would like to thank all the 4 presenters and the audience and the organizing committee for this conference and for this wonderful session that I was honored to chair and to benefit from all the ideas that have been shared and the presentations that have been presented by the wonderful professors. Thank you all, and I wish you a very successful day with the conference today and tomorrow. So thank you, Dr. Amin.
Thank you so much, my dear Professor. It's really an honor for us that we have you today with us in the plenary session and then in the sharing session. You are so wonderful and resourceful. In fact, we really appreciate and convey the thanks of Kerala University here in India and also Thamar University in Yemen to your kind person for accepting the invitation and your cooperation. Thank you so much a lot, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Mr. Pascal?
So this is all for the session?
Yes, this is the conclusion of our first set of technical sessions, kindly chaired by Professor. May I request participants for the next technical session to be ready, which we shall reconvene in about 5 minutes' time. So all participants for the next section, kindly be ready. And I would like to once again thank Professor Antar Abdullah for chairing this session and making time for us. So our first technical session is over, and we shall reconvene for our second session in about 5 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my dear Mr. Pascal. And we would like the 4 next presenters to be ready. We have Ms. Smita Nair. Are you available? Smita Nair. Well, and also Bassam Hamid is there. Thank you, my dear Bassam, for being on time. And Siri Rifa. Dr. Siri Rifa available. And the 4th presenter will be Tamber. So far we have confirmed Mr. Bassam from Baba Sahib University. And
yes, sir, I'm available. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, who is speaking? Dr. Sarifa?
Yes, sir. I'm Sri Rekha. Yes, sir.
Oh, okay, perfect. Now we have 2 presenters with us. And Smita Nair.
Mr. Bassam from SRTM University.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry, from SRT University in Nanded.
Yes, thank you.
And Mr. Tanber is available. Shahnawaz.
Smita here, sir.
Okay. Okay, Smita Nair is there. He will do the break, and first presentation is going to be conducted by you. So I would like to again, because of the limitations of the time, please abide by the time. 4 minutes for presentation. Try not to exceed, please, not to exceed and your presentation that's time. And also, I would like to request the audience, when you have the question, just state it directly. And also, the presenters, the answer is also make it short and to the point. And if we there is another longer discussions, you can discuss like WhatsApps. We have, as we have mentioned, the phone numbers and the emails of all the presenters if somebody needs more resources or more information. So please cooperate with us and be on time, please. So we still have Shahnawaz is available. Shahnawaz.
Yes, sir, I'm present.
Oh, that's perfect. So we have you all, the four wonderful presenters. Now we would like to invite our wonderful chairperson. I'm present. Okay, fine. You can now mute yourself until we call you. Now we will have the chairperson of the second technical session, Professor B. Bindu, and I would like to invite Dr. Al Munira to introduce our wonderful chairperson, please.
Good afternoon.
I'm so happy that a chance to introduce Professor B. Bindu from India. She's the professor and dean, Department of Education, University of Kerala. She has been the chairperson of Board of Studies in Education of University of Kerala. And she is also the chief editor of the journal Studies in Education by the Department of Education, University of Kerala. She has successfully guided 11 PhD theses and has published more than 20 research articles. She has to her credit many awards, including the award for the most fabulous professors and INSC Research Excellence Award. So it's our privilege to welcome you, ma'am, for this session.
Thank you. Thank you all. A very good afternoon to all. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, you are very audible, and we would like to give a notice to when you reach minute 10, we will ring the bell, which you should wait 2 minutes. And Professor will be there to manage all the time.
Yeah, okay. A very good afternoon to all. I'm extremely happy to be a part of this international event. And because I'm a teacher in the field or in the teacher education field for the last 27 years, and I have been experimenting with all these teaching strategies. And we are training in our department because this is a Department of Education, University of Kerala. And here we are giving thrust to developing techniques, strategies, and other innovative programs for making learning happen. So in that sense, we are, for the last 60 years, our department has been experimenting on this English language education also. And in Kerala, as you all know, English is not taken as a foreign language, not as taken as a second language, but we are giving priority to this English language, even as the first language itself. And sometimes I am afraid that if we are giving priority to this language as are we giving overemphasis to this English language itself? That's all that is the experience in Kerala. And as you see, all the teachers, even in the school level or in the higher education level, there are very proficient teachers who are dealing with English. And more than that, any language is for communication. It's not simply communicating idea from one person to another, but it's above all transferring knowledge, attitude, and skills. And there was, during the discussion, there was points raising regarding the attitude towards English language, whether it's a foreign language or a native language. But this attitude decides what should be the strategy for learning a particular language, because the language, it should convey not only the knowledge, but the feelings of each and every person among themselves. So in that sense, the seminar is a very promising one, and I'm happy that there are people from all over the world has joined, and it's a very great effort by the Department of Linguistics, and I'm happy that it's a sister concern. And without wasting time, I am inviting all the participants or the presenters. We have 4 presenters in this session, and first one is Smita K. Nair. She is Assistant Professor, Tunjatha Malayalam University, Tirur. Then Basan Hamid Mohsin is from the Department of English, Faculty of Education, Hotia University, Yemen. Then Srirekha Art, she is a higher secondary school teacher in Kerala itself. And Tanveer Shanawaz, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Rishi Bankim Chandra College, West Bengal. So we have from all levels, that's starting from the school level to the higher education level. So I think we can have a very good brainstorming session regarding the most appropriate strategies for teaching English either as a second language or as a foreign language. So all the participants, welcome to the program. Best wishes for your presentation. You know the norms. Yeah, because we have 12 minutes, 12 minutes, speaker, 12 minutes. I can finish it within 10 or be ready with that, because be on time, and we can have a discussion at last. So first I am inviting Srimati Smita K. Nair for her presentation on the topic socio-cultural approaches to English language learning in Kerala. Dr. Smita, are you present?
Yeah, thank you, ma'am.
Okay, you can begin your presentation.
Yeah, first of all, let me share my PPT.
Okay, 12 minutes.
Am I audible now, ma'am?
Yeah, yes.
PPT is seen?
Yeah.
Thank you. My title of my study is Socio-Cultural Approaches to English Language Learning in Kerala. So, coming to the brief introduction of education system of Kerala. In Kerala, there are both private and government schools and colleges. Here, English is the medium of instruction in most of the private schools. Government schools offer English or Malayalam as the medium of instruction. Kerala curriculum framework includes English language learning from first standard onwards. So, the socio-cultural context, Kerala has been able to reduce the regional disparities in education. More than 96% of population in upper primary school within the served within the distance of 3 kilometers. Kerala has been able to achieve gender equality in education to a large extent. Then coming to the statement of the problem, although Kerala has good education standards, there are dropouts from education in all levels, especially from the tribal communities, which are from entirely different socio-cultural backgrounds. They face a lot of issues in mainstream education. Around 70% of tribal children drop out of education. The second one is, after long years of continuous education, English education, children are not capable of handling the language in different communicative contexts, and the failure rates of students in English language examinations too are higher. Then background of the problem. Both the issues carry a similar cause, which is the education without the proper knowledge of its socio-cultural environment. Learning a new language without the knowledge of its socio-cultural environment is like parrot drills, which creates an unfamiliar environment to children. It lowers the self-esteem and results in dropouts or failure or less proficiency in that language. They have a substantial disadvantage in receiving instruction in a foreign language. These challenges may severely affect the students, especially coming from minority language areas or from other backward conditions. So in both cases, specific learning needs of children in relation to the language of the home and those of the school have to be considered. Then coming to the Vygotsky socio-cultural theory, learning and development cannot be dissociated from their context. Learners bring their own understandings to social interactions and construct meanings by integrating those understandings with their experiences in the context. Vygotsky postulated that one's interactions with the environment assists learning. These experiences which one brings to a learning situation can greatly influence the learning outcome. So as per the socio-cultural theory, children's early language learning arises from processes of meaning making in collaborative activity with other members of a given culture. Therefore, social interactions are significant. Internalization of actions and mental operations occur in social interactions through the cultural transmission of language. The aim of schooling should be to develop the children greater awareness of themselves, their language, and their role in the world. They should be active members of the cultural world created in schools, which modifies mental functioning. The culture affects the course of one's mental development. Implementation. Sociocultural theory in second language learning can be implemented in different levels, that is in curriculum, teaching, and assessment. In curriculum, the current assessment of English language education in schools is the bilingual explanation of textual material. Mostly they approach the grammar translation method or the structural approach for that. It results the English class miserable or challenging for the students. In between reading and writing process of English, Spoken English is confined to the primary skills of listening and speaking, but current education system gives importance to secondary skills such as reading and writing, which results in the suffering of both sets of skills at later stages, and thereby complete proficiency becomes a challenge. In order to overcome this difficulty, syllabus has to be changed into real language situations for interactive learning. Since children learn much through interaction, curricula should be designed to emphasize children between learners and learning tasks. Teaching. In teaching, helping students to acquire cognitive development through the social surroundings can be accomplished in many ways, such as instructional scaffolding, reciprocal teaching, peer collaboration, etc. Instructional scaffolding is a familiar term which we have already practicing in our education setting to support the children by asking questions or by prompting or in the form of instructions. The point to remember here is that the scaffolding means helping a child learn a new skill by building on skills that they already have. That is, scaffolding won't be proficient in cultural isolation. Reciprocal teaching involves an interactive dialogue between a teacher and small group of students. From a Vygotskian perspective or social cultural perspective, reciprocal teaching comprises social interaction and scaffolding as students gradually develop skills. Then coming to peer collaboration, when peers work on tasks cooperatively, the shared social interactions can serve as an instructional function. It proves the recognized impact of the social environment during learning. In English language learning, it can be used as collective activity to imitate natural communicative events. Then coming to the third level, that is the assessment. Assessment methods must take into account the zone of proximal development as said by Vygotsky. What children can do on their own is their level of actual development, and what they can do with help is their level of potential development. The zone of proximal development is the difference between what children can do on their own and what they can do with assistance from others. That is the difference between the actual development and the potential development. Interactions with adults and peers in the ZPD promote cognitive development. The ZPD represents the amount of learning possible by a student given the proper instructional conditions. We can calculate the ZPD of students in schools in different environments in order to note the development of learning activity. Then implementing teaching methods. Active implementation of these methods in English language learning can bring out better results. The way of implementation of these methods should be treated carefully. Reciprocal teaching and peer collaboration can be a role of play of natural communicative models of their own socio-cultural events than a drama or a story from an unfamiliar environment. Cultural exchange along with knowledge transmission occurs when a group of students share such cultural specific communicative ideas. Theme-based learning. The interactive classes can be set with some themes. The theme can be anything in our immediate environment like nature, place, work, different home-related activities, cooking, etc. Then abstract stories like once upon a time there lived a king. The significance of immediate environment is that it can be creative always. Things in the nature can also be the teaching aid. Students can act as different trees, flowers, can play stories, can create events with the help of teaching instructional scaffolding. Reciprocal teaching and peer collaboration can be the methods here, like small skits, role play, stories, songs, etc., related to particular theme. Technology-based learning. Nowadays, it is easy to connect with socio-culturally related themes to technology-based learning. Today, any social environment can be recreated with the help of technology like animations, etc. Such theme-based learning can make the children interactive, socio-culturally related, creative, and motivated. It develops self-esteem of the children when directly and creatively included with familiar environments of language learning. The learning outcome can be enriched with simple to complex and concrete to abstract teaching methods in later stages. This implemented socio-cultural education program can be helpful to reduce the failure rate in second language learning to develop communication skills. Coming on the tribal dropouts. In the case of tribal students in Kerala, government introduced a new scheme called Gotra Bandhu that is engaging tribal teachers as mentors in primary schools to reduce dropout rates. These mentor teachers can act as common communicative links between the tribal students and class teachers. Proper planning of interactive and socially related second language learning curriculum and instructional methods with the help of mentor teachers can bring the tribal students motivated and socially active, helps to increase their self-esteem and thereby can reduce dropout rates. This can be practiced the socio-cultural educational model for tribal education. For tribal students, Malayalam is the second language. For them, English can be considered as a foreign language. Actually, this method can be used for both languages. So to conclude, socio-cultural theory in second language classroom emphasizes the importance of social and collaborative aspects of learning. So in order to get better results, such social-linguistic methods can be followed in schools carefully. Implication of such social-linguistic methods can improve interactive socio-cultural based learning of new language without much difficulty. Such kind of education program focuses on how learner accomplishes a task with the help of different instructional scaffoldings by using reciprocal and peer teaching collaborations. The developing technology can aid the learning process in the implementation of socio-cultural approach. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Smita. You have gone much on the curricular aspects of the cultural languages, and you must have some contextual explanation to make it more clear. Okay, thank you very much. So now I move on to the second presenter, that is Bassam Hamid Mohsin. He is from Yemen, and his topic is towards the accommodation of EAL pedagogy in Yemeni English language educational institutions. Welcome, Mohsin.
Yes, good afternoon. Am I audible?
Louder, please.
Good afternoon. Am I audible now?
Louder, please. Louder, please.
Am I audible?
Yeah. Okay, you can begin your presentation.
Okay, Honorable Chair, respected scholars, good afternoon. First, let me thank all who's behind the great academic event. Now let me go to my PPT.
Mohsin, can you increase the volume a little more?
Excuse me, ma'am?
Increase the volume.
It is already raised, ma'am, but I think the microphone is not working properly.
Okay, you can present.
بعرض البي بي تي بس يا دكتور.
Okay, yeah.
الشاشة ظاهرة عندنا.
Okay, is it
No, it's not visible.
شاشتك ظاهرة بس عرض البي بي تي. لا الحين أقول من جديد.
Okay. Is it clear now?
Yeah. Okay, you can begin.
Okay. My topic is toward the accommodation of EIL pedagogy and Yemeni English language educational institutions. The accommodation of English as international language, that is EIL, is appropriate for Yemeni learners of English. English language is gaining more importance every day in Yemen. Thousands of learners of English of different ages are seeking to join educational institutions to learn English. These institutions devote majority of their curriculum and teaching to distinguishing the particular linguistic feature of English spoken in specific areas of the world. These varieties are viewed as target models that learners should follow. However, these learners may have different purposes in studying English. which are usually more limited than of those seeking immigration to English-speaking countries. Many of these learners choose to learn English to use it in multilingual context. Some others, English learners, probably wish to learn English to seek certain jobs, share knowledge about their own countries with others for purposes such as economic growth, encouraging trade and tourism, and contributing to international academic exchanges. What is EIL English as international language? International English is a concept which refers to English as a global means of communication in various dialects and the movement toward a language international standard. It is usually referred as English that is spoken by both native and non-native speakers and a language that is property of the world rather than property of native speakers. EL as a tool to resist English linguistic imperialism. EIL can be a solution for linguistic imperialism, whereas the alternative, which is promote the so-called prestige varieties, placing the practitioner as breeder of Anglo-American hegemony and perpetuating the negative influence that foreign language learning may have on learners' cultural integrity. It seeks cultural neutrality since English is an international language. The culture presented particularly in ELT materials must cover the word than be restricted to culture of native speakers. The importance of EIL. The presence of many English varieties creates significant teaching and evaluation consequences. Students can carry varieties of English to the classroom in many English-speaking settings that have significant purposes in their community in creating a sense of identity and interaction with other local speakers. EIL helps to concentrate on improving students' general education and knowledge, instead of concentrating on improving far-reaching English standard. The pedagogy of EL enables the learner to develop the following. Number one, awareness. Awareness of resisting linguistic imperialism, awareness of complexity of discourse and equipment of learners with the power to negotiate effectively, socio-political understanding of English spread and its influence on other language, awareness that English is a second language and should not replace mother tongue. Number two, knowledge of English spread and its consequences, knowledge of other different accents of English, knowledge of different varieties of English. Number three, attitudes, opposing the monolingual fallacy of Anglo-American pedagogy, acknowledging the validity of English varieties, appreciation of different culture. Now let's move to English status in Yemen. In Yemen, the situation with respect to English is both exciting and exasperating. Exciting because the attitudinal change is real and perceptible, as borne out by the increasing numbers of English people enrolling in an equally increasing number of institutions to study English at great cost to themselves in terms of money, time, effort, and exasperating because university departments of English and private institutions have not responded appropriately to the pedagogic challenge endangered by this social psychological phenomenon as well as the international pedagogic challenge of English. I mean, there is a disappointing divide between what the young aspirants to knowledge of English need and what is offered to them by the educational establishments. There is also a big gap between Yemen and many other countries where English is a foreign language in how Yemen deals with English language and its pedagogic policy. In Yemen, many people, not only students enrolling in institutes expecting to acquire the degree of proficiency in English required by prospective employers. However, they find themselves stuck with learning American and British English differences in accent as well as the other features, and learning irrelevant issues about the culture of native speakers. In addition to that, the inner circle methodologies of ELT and native materials are used despite of the fact that These methodologies and materials do not suit and match the infrastructure of Yemeni educational institution. The changing position of and status of English in the world have proposed change to the background of English users in Yemen as well as the world. The conclusion, the present study has discussed the EIL's distinguishing features. It highlights how EIL is guided by simple beliefs that promote pluricentric view of standards, realize the importance of the other language of students, seek to encourage pragmatic awareness, and appreciates the different regional cultures from which speakers come, bearing in mind the complication of linguistic and cultural basis of English. All pedagogical action should be based on local linguistics and culture setting and should be created by aware educationists and teachers who believe in the principles mentioned in this study. Through highlighting this, I do not claim to provide a solution, but to provoke more debates or start more discussions about how practical it would be to adopt the pedagogy of EIL in Yemen, with how possible it might be to put the EIL theory into practice in Yemen, in Yemeni ELT educational institutions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mohsin. Your paper, it is provoking all others to think about how the teaching as an international language should be. And I think you might have thrown light upon some of the other strategies that you are following in Yemen. Okay, let's have discussion at last. And thank you for the presentation. And you are on time, have completed. And I invite the third presenter, that is Srirekha R. She's a higher secondary school teacher, and her topic is impact of ICT resources in addressing listening comprehension needs of ESL learners. Srirekha, are you present?
Yeah, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good
afternoon, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Okay, ma'am. Yeah, okay, ma'am. Let me start my PowerPoint presentation for why. Please copy it.
My dear Bassam, could you please stop your sharing?
I stopped, sir.
Okay, fine. Now it's fine.
Srirekha, are you trying for a presentation?
Yeah. I'm getting ready, ma'am. Just a minute.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, ma'am. I think it's visible, ma'am. Yeah.
Yes, yes. You can start. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm Dr. Srirekha, and let me proceed to my topic. And today I'm going to discuss here about the impact of ICT resources in addressing the listening comprehension needs of ESL learners. And it's quite evident to everyone that the impact of ICT on the realm of language learning, not only learning throughout the entire field of education. And every government, even including the central government as well as the state government, is paying great importance to incorporate the essentials or the possibilities of ICT into education. And it can be supported by the relatively large amount of money spent to procure hardware, software, and the training given to teachers. In Kerala also, we can see that the government is giving great importance to digitally equip our classrooms. And IT at School is the state venture that is giving ICT imparted coaching and training to the teachers as well as students, and equipping almost all the schools with the latest ICT tools and gadgets, and converting the normal classrooms to smart high-tech classrooms. This is what's happening in Kerala. And we are just considered as the goal bearers of ICT enhanced learning. And it's also clear to everyone what are the benefits of ICT on English language learning. Many researchers has pointed out that it motivates the learner, it makes learning a pleasant, interactive one, it gives prompt, instant feedback, and also gives the learner a wide exposure to native speakers and gives an ample opportunity to practice language elements. Thus, in brief, we can say that learning becomes an individual responsibility, a collaborative and a cooperative affair. And in India, English is taught as a second language, and moreover, every government is giving great importance to the language proficiency of our learners, because the proficiency of English acts as a passport for better career prospects. Like many other developing countries, every government in India pays great attention to enrich the language proficiency of our students. But the reality is totally different. Even after spending a large amount of classroom hours of transaction, spending a huge amount of money for giving training to the students, preparing resource materials, the state of affairs in language learning, especially in English, is quite disappointing. The deteriorating standard is highlighted by many studies that conducted in India all over. And maybe the principal causes are identified, and maybe the faulty teaching methods, lack of exposure, or the lack of availability of resource materials, are plenty of them are there. But interestingly, here we have to, I'm limiting my topic to the link between language proficiency and listening comprehension, as my focus is on to develop the listening comprehension of our students. Language proficiency and listening comprehension are interlinked concepts, and listening comprehension plays a great role in making a learner a better user of language. But what happens in our classroom is that of all the 4 language skills, listening is the most neglected skill in our classrooms. We hardly pay any attention to develop the listening skill of the learners under the assumption that it will naturally get developed, while all the 3 other skills are enriched. And this gives importance to the need for conducting the present study. So there is a wide gap between the expected competence and the actual competence of our users. Especially when I limit my study to Kerala, it's a 100% literate state, and the government is the first state in India to introduce IT as a compulsory subject for the school leaving exam. And even after giving so much importance to ICT, and every parent is giving importance to English medium instruction, our communication skill, this communication skill of our students are not up to the mark. This wide disparity leads to maybe that is what we have to find out, what are the reasons behind this disparity. There is a gap between the expected competence and the actual competence. They may fare well at the written products. When it comes to communication components or the functional components of the language, many of them fail to achieve this task or the goal. So this is what so here I am just giving focus to listening, as it is a fundamental skill, and when this skill is neglected or taken for granted, all other skills are get affected. So let me proceed to the thing that is of our classroom transactional hours. We are spending 45% to listening, while all the rest comes under 30% to speaking. Reading hours comes under 16, and the only minimum to writing. And when we have a close analysis of the secondary school curriculum for English followed in Kerala at present, this curriculum gives little importance to develop or assess the listening comprehension of learners. Well, the previous one has a separate section for assessing the listening comprehension, but the present course book totally avoids it. Hardly any effort is seen to develop or assess learning comprehension. It may be under the assumption that it will get automatically developed and assessed while assessing the rest of the skills. The challenges may be, when I conducted a questionnaire survey with the teachers using a questionnaire, they said that the lack of availability of authentic materials, resources, and many of the teachers have little idea about how to develop or what are the sources available. And the primary and most important thing which I feel is that excluding listening comprehension from our exam system. So here comes the role of ICT. So if we use ICT resources to develop the listening skills, then it would be a tremendous impact. It will give a new revolutionary impact to improve the listening comprehension of our students. And many will say at this point say that there are a multitude of resources are available on internet. Yes, exactly. But the thing is, they fail to cater to the needs of our students who are non-native learners, because their style of presentation, content, accent, intonation, speed may not be familiar to our students, even if the content is not familiar to our students. So there are foreign sites, and that is why I thought of preparing a listening module, interactive module, which can be used to develop, as well as not only develop, but to assess the listening comprehension of our students. The objectives were here to analyze the effect and impact of ICT, how we develop the language proficiency and the listening comprehension of learners. I adopted a mixed method and a descriptive come experimental study, and the design was a non-equivalent pre-test, post-test control group design. And the tools used, I have used many tools. And most important one was the interactive listening module, which I prepared based on the source course book that followed in Kerala for the secondary level. So I made, that is the highlight of this module, because I made the module to suit or to tailor to the needs of our language learners who are at the secondary level. So it might be familiar to them, because almost all the topic or the contents are based on their course book. It will help the teachers also. It gives them an idea how to use the course material they are using they used to transact the content to the students. The same material can be used for developing the listening comprehension of our students. And the experimental study, it was divided into two, 180 students, 90 control and experimental group. And I thought the experimental group, using this interactive listening module and this audio, I prepared 3 topics for this based on the syllabus of secondary level students. And every section, there are 3 units, and every section has every unit has 2 sections. The first section deals with they are strictly textual questions, and the second one, they are advanced level questions which lead to post listening activities. It's more or less, it's a game, a fun oriented advanced level one. And the statistical techniques were used to analyze the data, and it was found that the language proficiency and listening comprehension of the experimental group was much better than the control group. So this itself indicates that the efficiency of the interactive listening module which I developed. As the module, if I try to refine this ILM or the interactive listening module as a learning material, it will confine only to myself. So I just wanted to make it into a web page, and later it was uploaded to a website, and the link is given below. Please, those who are interested, you can just follow it up, which is exclusively for the language learners of India, especially in Kerala. And this is a home page of my web page, and this was quite interesting that many of the teachers as well as students replied that this contents in interactive learning module, listening module of this website was quite useful and interesting to them. It helped them not only to develop the language listening comprehension, but it also helped them to assess their listening comprehension. Instant feedback was given them, and they were led to post listening activities also. So it was a new area for the teachers also. So that was in brief, and let me conclude my topic, and I thank you for your patient listening. Thank you, ma'am, for giving me this wonderful opportunity.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Srirekha. Your topic was on listening comprehension and the influence of ICT on enhancing this listening comprehensions. But your title suggests or referring to the listening comprehension needs of ESL learners. But I think, having mentioned that, you can give a detailed description at the end of the discussion.
Sure, ma'am. Sure.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we can move to the next presenter, that is Tanvir Shanavas. He is Assistant Professor, Department of English, Rishi Bankim College, West Bengal. And his topic is Impact of ICT in Education, a Phenomenal Shift. That is a critical overview. Are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I'm present, ma'am.
Okay, welcome. Okay, best wishes for your presentation.
Thank you.
You have 12 minutes.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks for giving me the opportunity. Today, I am going to present my paper. Just give me a few seconds. Madam, is it visible?
Yes.
Okay.
Slideshow.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Thamar University-Yemen. I'm assistant professor of Sri Bankim Chandra College. Today, I'm going to present my paper on the role of ICT in education.
Sanjay, please make a slideshow.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there any problem with your presentation? You can make it more clear.
Is it visible, ma'am?
Yeah, it's visible.
Can you shift to full screen mode, please?
Education,
Dr. Tanvir, can you shift to full screen mode, please?
Critical overview. Today, information and communication technology nowadays affect almost every aspect of human life.
Tanvir?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you make it full screen show? It's very congested. We are not able to read it properly.
Yeah, Shanawaz, there is an option there on the top of the PPT, okay?
Yes.
And there is an icon looks like a glass. When you hit, it will be full screen.
Yeah.
Is it visible, ma'am? No.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Information communication technology nowadays affect almost every aspect of human life. It plays significant roles in employment, business, education, and cultural activities. And as a matter of fact, many citizens consider ICT as a mechanism for change, rapid movement in working practices, processing and sharing of knowledge, teaching strategies, learning techniques, academic studies, and exposure to electronic technologies. ICT strengthens teaching and learning and increases the value of teaching personnel in fulfilling their functions as designers of pedagogical environments. ICT offers the teachers to portray his or her instruction at every stage of educational strategies in an elegant manner and in a place to make understand for the learners properly. At present, teaching training programs in India make ICT valuable and attractive. ICT is exemplified by the internet and digital technology are obviously a significant priority for potential education and need to be successfully incorporated and applied into the conventional education and learning institutions, especially in the teaching and education institutions. The use of such technology in teaching training programs will improve the quality of teaching effectively. A well-designed teacher training curriculum is also needed to satisfy the demands of today's teachers who want to know how to use ICT efficiently for their teaching strategies. This is also essential for teacher trainers and decision makers to consider the variables that influence the efficiency and cost effectiveness of the various solutions to ICT usage or teacher training so that teaching methods can be better investigated to simplify such improvements feasible for everyone. So if ICT is used in training programs by the institutes of educational training programs, our teaching learning process will be too smooth and easy to understand for every type of student in our country. At the end of the day, more attention should be paid to the specific roles of ICT in providing multimedia simulations of good teaching practices, delivering individual training courses, and assisting in overcoming the isolation and faults of teachers, connecting individual teachers to a wider spectrum and wider teaching community on a continuous basis and encouraging collaboration. ICT stands for Information and Communication Technology. It is pervasive and essential to play an important role in developing and revolutionizing educational system and also the process of teaching and learning. It's an integral part of a number of aspects of our daily lives. It applies to technology that provides access to knowledge. This involves every device that saves, preserves, runs, or gathers information in a digital medium. It is close to IT, but ICT depends chiefly on connectivity like the telephone, the mobile network, and other networking channels. Various types of ICT devices deal with the electronic sector, telephone, and interactive signage. The computing sector deals with the internet, computer hardware, and various applications. The internet is a distributed web of shared networks and machines. it's truly beneficial for us today. As for example, 5 out of 10 learners use their iPad to search for information, even as learning and teaching. So it is general and easy to get the internet in the market. So remarkable changes in teaching learning process caused by ICT. That was the traditional learning process was exposure to different types of process, types of information methods, student-centered learning through exposure to knowledge. The learning climate depends on exposure to knowledge and study, examples of real-life teachers and mentors rather than experts in content. The revolution in the way of learning, there is the expanded usage of the website as a source. Internet consumers will pick the experts they should hear from. The process will become a problem-based learning in which complex real-world problems are used as the vehicle to promote student learning of concepts and principles.
Mr. Shanawaz,
yes, sir.
Excuse me, is there a possibility to adjust the sound? It is breaking and not clear that much. It is okay, but if it is going to be improving, that's better. Yes, you can speak.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we are talking about your sound is not that audible, so if you can bring the mic near to your mouth.
Am I audible, sir?
No, yes. Yes, no.
The process will become a problem-based learning in which complex real-world problems are used as a vehicle to promote student learning of concepts and principles as opposed to direct presentation of facts and concepts and expansion of ability, expertise, and results-oriented curricula. ICT in education serves as an instrument of transition. It promotes independent learning. Students are involved in the learning process by utilizing ICT. Supporting knowledge construction, the rise of ICT as a computing system unknowingly focuses on talking of alternate learning hypothesis. The conventional teaching approach centered on instructor preparation and coaching students to a set of instructional sequences to produce the intended result. This method of teaching approaches the intended dissemination of information by any contact with the material as a means of consolidating the learning of information. It depends on the personal understanding process. In this area, learning is seen with the creation of sense rather than the memorization of information. The usage of ICT provides numerous resources in the development and encouragement of resource-based student-centered learning. This works to help different facets of information creation and to make it more and more student-friendly. The more applications of ICTs in the learning phase, the more noticeable the effect. The role of ICT in enhancing the development of fundamental education and literacy. There is the access to the learning program anytime, convenient to the learner. Learners can be at any place to log in. There is a synchronous interaction, providing participants and tutors with time to prepare their responses, leading to succinct and to the point interaction and on-track, thoughtful and creative conversation. Enhanced group collaboration, creating shared electronic conversations, which can be more thoughtful and permanent than voice conversation, aided by group coordinators. These sessions can be powerful for learning and problem solving. New educational approaches can be used. For example, faculty from anywhere in the world, faculty teams with different specialties can be put together and innovations of teachers can be shared among themselves for improvement and adaptation. Support basic education. We shall examine below how and where ICTs, both new and old, can enhance education for all in developing countries, as in the case of higher education mentioned in the previous section. ICTs can support basic education. Number one is school education. Number two is offering non-formal education for out-of-school children and adults, promoting distance education for teachers and their in-service career development, improving school management. These are discussed in detail. Supporting education in schools. ICT can provide access to information sources, enable communications, create interactive.
Hello, Tanbir. Can you please conclude in 1 minute, please? Thank you. Your time is up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Please highlight the points only.
Okay.
Don't read everything. Yeah.
Okay. So there's with many such positive effects of the ICT, there are many limitations of the ICT using education. That ICT as a new technology that simplifies, promotes human behaviors is not only valuable in many ways, but still has certain drawbacks that many people, both within and outside the education sector, think of ICT as a kind of panacea, the most significant answer to education issues. Certain factors may be seen as limiting the utilization and application of ICT in the education sector. Limitations may be classified as related to teachers, related to students, related to technologies. There are technical glitches, maybe all part in the learning cycle that involve machines and internet connectivity. While the mindset of teachers toward the usage of such innovation is important, other studies suggest that teachers have little clarification as to how to use technology, and it can be useful for promoting and enhancing learning. For instance, most of the teachers might not have positive attitudes regarding technology because of a low level of self-efficacy. They appear not to be trained to learn technology. On the other hand, the limitation of the usage of ICT in education is associated with student behavior. Suitable use of the computer and internet by students has had substantial positive effects on student attitudes and achievement. Yet, it is very common to observe limits on student behavior. Students tend to use technology for leisure activities and have less time to learn and research. The use of such technology in teaching training programs will definitely improve the quality of teaching effectively. A well-designed teacher training curriculum is important in satisfying the needs of today's teachers who want to develop their skills in using ICT to prepare e-contents properly for their teaching method. This is also important for teacher trainers and policymakers to consider the variables that affect the efficiency and cost effectiveness of the various solutions to ICT usage of teacher training, so that methods can be better investigated to render such improvements feasible for everyone. So if ICT is used in training programs by the institutions of the education and training programs, our teaching learning process will be too smooth and easy to understand for every type of student in our country. At the end of the day, more attention should be paid to the specific roles of ICT in providing multimedia simulations of good teaching practices, delivering individual training courses, helping to overcome the isolations of teachers, granting individual teachers to a wider teaching community on a continuous basis, and encouraging teacher collaboration. Technology can reduce the efforts given to students to collect the number of printed books and journals by acquiring knowledge and increase students' concentration on more important knowledge gathering process. Equally important, technology can represent education in ways during which it helps students to understand latest concepts and ideas. With guidance from teachers, students at different levels can use these tools and technologies to construct knowledge and develop skills that are needed in modern society, like presentation skills and analytical skills within the time. Teacher's role in teaching is facilitator. The teacher has got to facilitate the training by providing students with access to technology. Teachers can find the means to interact with students more easily in learning and cater to the numerous needs of various students. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Bindu Adal ma'am. Thank you, Amil Amalgam sir, for giving me the opportunity. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Tanbir Shanwas. So thank you all paper presenters. We have topics on different areas, and everybody has been trying their level best to present the very relevant topics or concepts. And now the forum is open for discussion, because every paper focuses on any thrust area that is in the field of language education, whether it is a knowledge acquisition or the skill development or attitude development. And we have discussed all the points, and now the participants can raise their queries or comments, or you can share your experience with regard to these particular contexts. It's open to all. Please.
If you have any questions or comments, kindly unmute and feel free to speak.
Yeah. Comments are invited, please.
Well, if you allow me, I am really curious about the ICT, so I need to ask the last presenter, as well as because there are two papers, the last two papers we are on ICT. My point is, what is the latest in ICT, in short?
Tadbir, Shanawaz, the question is up to you. Tadbir?
Ma'am.
Yes. There is one question for you.
Yeah.
Have you got it?
I can't hear. Please repeat.
Amin, please.
Yes, Dr. Siririkha and also Dr. Shanawaz, they have presented a very interesting topic, which is the ICT, Information and Communication Technology. So I wanted to know what is the latest in this particular field with regard to language teaching or education specific in general.
In ICT nowadays, we know that in the time of pandemic situation, ICT has become very much essential in this time, in this period of 5 or 6 months of lockdown. So virtual learning has become a need of the hour nowadays, as schools and colleges are already closed. So e-content, e-learning, these things have become very much important nowadays, and the latest technologies we are using in taking virtual classes, such as the essential apps such as Google Classroom or Zoom app or GoToWebinar apps. And with these apps, with these virtual learning apps, we can connect with many of our students who are really interested in learning. So in this time of pandemic situation also, there is not any kind of break in learning, but the most important problem is the connectivity or data, which should be meted out as.
So can I answer?
Thank you, Tanbir. Yes. Thank you, Tanbir. Please go ahead, Shirika.
Yeah, can I answer, sir, for your question?
Yes, you can go ahead, please. In short.
Yes, sir. Actually, I would be very happy to say that we are fully exploiting almost all the possibilities of ICT-enabled language learning in the present pandemic situation in Kerala. I'm teaching at, say, senior secondary level, and as now the real classrooms are not possible. We are all using virtual media platforms for teaching language. And we are even assigned a separate timetable for each teacher's class. We are given specific time, and using the Google Meet, or most of them are using the Google Meet app for taking the classes. We are delivering the resource materials, notes, assignments through Google Classrooms, and students are uploading it. We are doing evaluations. Even unit tests are being carried out, and even Google Docs, using Google Docs, instant feedback is also possible. So I think at senior secondary level, we are exploring almost all the possible benefits offered by ICT to make language. I think it's giving a wonderful experience for both the teachers and as well as the students. Thank you, sir.
Dr. Srirekha, one more point. Srirekha?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, yes, ma'am.
You can detail upon some of the listening comprehension needs, as in your paper you have suggested.
Yeah.
And you one more point.
Yeah, ma'am. Sorry, because I was.
Yes.
Yeah.
You have suggested that listening is the most neglected aspect in the classroom. But why it happens? Because are you able to compensate for this with the help of this ICT?
Okay, ma'am. Let me clarify. Let me first explain about the needs of listening comprehension needs of our ESL learners. The most important need for developing listening is more an active process. They need enough reliable input or the resource material to develop, and it should fit their cultural background also. That's why I mentioned, I skipped that part because I just want to keep my PowerPoint presentation within the time limit of 10 minutes. That's why I skipped that area, but it's included under the barriers or challenges that a teacher or a student face while teaching listening comprehension. The important needs are the lack of available resource materials for developing the listening comprehension, both for the students as well as the teachers. And from speaking from the point of the students, they don't have the resource material. They don't know what are the types of listening tasks and how it can be developed. What are the tools available to develop in case of ICT, and how to, even if at all it's developed, how to assess, because assessment is important to find out where we reach, whether the fixed aims of language acquisition has been obtained or are attained. So these are the basic needs, and here comes the important thing: they're not getting enough resource material, they're not getting enough exposure, and lack of proper cultural appropriate content is also lacking, and teachers' lack of awareness how to utilize the existing. Some resources are there here and there, how to equip and how to utilize them all in together. That's also what I felt. These are the common needs, because listening is not a single skill. It has many sets of sub-skills, and all these sub-skills has to be addressed. Listening for information, listening for academic purposes, listening for entertainment, and there are different types of listening, and each type of listening requires a particular type of task or a resource material to develop, and all these things are not addressed in the present context. Resources are available, again I'm repeating, they are in foreign language or they are in native language. And that's why, especially I aimed at developing a curriculum base, where, because the teachers are transacting the content in the classroom, and activities are given at the end of every unit for all other tasks. So why can't that particular task can be utilized for developing and assessing listening? That's the area where I aimed at. So I think the first part I have answered. And the second one, ma'am, second question was, what was that, ma'am? Pardon me, ma'am. The second question you asked me, apart from the needs.
Compensate these deficiencies with the help of ICT.
Yeah, of course, ma'am, sure, because my website itself is an excellent example for this, because it vehements that almost those who have used it, even the teachers and the students, I got the feedback I received from them clearly indicates that ICT can, to a great extent, it can address the needs and the problems faced by our students.
And one more point, there are some challenges for teachers also, because the strength of the classroom, the interest of the students, the lack of resources, everything. All these are challenges for the teachers also, isn't it?
Exactly, ma'am, because almost our classrooms are crowded, starting from 45 to around 50 or 55 students, giving individual attention to develop the listening comprehension of the students is not possible always, but it can. That's why I say that it should be inclusive of the course book. Just like while we are teaching all other skills, why can't we put a little more time? If it is included in the course book and if it becomes a part and parcel of our exam system, it's there. It comes automatically. Our teachers and our system will give importance to develop the listening comprehension of our students. If you just have if you have time, just go through my website. I think these queries will be addressed, because there are separate sections for developing all the skills, sub-skills, including the sub-skills, and where the difficulties faced by teachers as well as students, I hope it will be addressed to a great extent, because what the feedback, as far as I go with the feedback I received, I think it's doing a tremendous work.
Okay, thank you, Shriyeka. And one more point I want to highlight, because all over the world, we people are having, we are very poor in the listening skill. Because in life itself, we are facing so many problems, isn't it? It's not really among the students, but also the people all over the world. And that's why we are trying deliberately to arrange these kinds of seminars, so that we can communicate effectively in many respects. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I would like to add one more point, ma'am, and taking one more second to add that it's not possible. Actually, the practical difficulties are incurred while we try to impart listening training program in classrooms. It can be done individually also, because this website runs in all platforms, including mobile. So it's self-explanatory and it's interactive also. So the student can do it at any time. They can at their home, at their any time, even in classrooms also, because in almost all schools, our schools are now digitally equipped with lot number of laptops are available, because every school is having 3 or 4 computer labs with excellent laptops, and government is providing all such wonderful ICT equipments are available, and it works in mobile platform, and now almost all of the students have smartphones also. So that question, I think it can be addressed. Okay, ma'am, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rishika. I think there are more successful ventures may be available in all over the world, and other participants also can share if they have any successful experiences with regard to this enhancing this listening comprehension. And some of my observations regarding is Mohsin. I have some observations regarding your presentation. Are you there, Mohsin? Hamid Mohsin?
Please unmute yourself, Mohsin. Please unmute yourself, Mohsin.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. In your presentation, you have talked about this teaching English as an international language and creating a sense of identity, because it's a foreign language, and every learner have an apprehension towards learning this language. If you have any concrete suggestion for enhancing or promoting this learning of English as an international language, and you have referred to the pedagogic challenges also.
Yes,
in the cultural context. Can you suggest any particular context?
Yes, ma'am. For example, I have been taught in Yemen English for a long time in institutes and also at the university. I found students are more, stuck with the types of English. For example, so many times students come to me, ask me, teacher, could you please tell me where should I go for American type of English or for British? Which one is superior? Which one is used more? So it creates a kind of chaos in their mind. And also I felt that they are obsessed by this idea. And also they are just imitating the American and British accents and forgetting the most important of English, which is to attain communication proficiency. So I just try to highlight this, and also I'm working on my PhD on linguistic hegemony. So I feel that also those kind of obsessions are making them subjected to imperialism and also subjected to hegemony. So I'm trying to say that let us suggest a new kind of English. I have been here in India for 1 year, and the people are not talking about American or British English. They have their own English. So I was just suggesting this idea.
And that's why you have referred to this varieties of English, isn't it?
Yes, we have different institutes. For example, educational institutes.
The variety,
right?
I think the English has no variety, but it's a variety in using the language, right?
Yes. Some of them are British, some of them are American, some of them are Canadian. So I would just suggest let us be neutral, learn language as itself. Let us forget about the native speakers' varieties. It has become an international language, not only a property of these native speakers.
Yeah. If we have more focusing on the communicative aspect, I think these apprehensions can be reduced to a large extent, right? The language is for communication, right? Isn't it?
Yes, I'm trying to say that it is a language of communication, and we should not only focus on how the native speakers are pronouncing such word and how the students will spend so many times on trying to imitating these accents.
Okay, that's right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And the first presenter, that is Sri, it is Smita. Dr. Smita, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Dr. Smita, are you present?
Yes, I am here.
Yeah, because referring to the socio-cultural approaches to the English language, you have raised a point that the learning of English is lowering the self-esteem of students. Why do you say that? Do you have any comprehension for that?
Professor, I have also a question for this presenter, if it is possible.
Please.
Hello.
Dr. Samida?
Yes, hello, ma'am. Pardon?
Is the question clear?
No, it's not clear, ma'am. I'm not hearing.
Yeah, referring to the socio-cultural approaches, you said there is this difficulties in the cultural transmission of language, and there is because it lowers the self-esteem of students. Maybe because of that. Why do you say that?
The chairman, if it is possible, I have also a question to this presenter.
That is lowering this self-esteem of students.
Yeah.
What's
the question, ma'am? Hello.
You have pointed out that the socio-cultural approaches.
Yeah.
Maybe in learning English, it lowers self-esteem of students. Maybe because of the cultural context.
Yeah.
Why do you say that?
Because
Yeah.
Because in Kerala we know English we are starting from first standard onwards. When the children are going to the school and coming to school, then it is an unfamiliar word to them. Then,
I think it's not from the first standard. It's from the
Yeah, in private schools it's from the pre-primary level. Then if they are not if we are not addressing the socio-cultural background of the children, they will be very unfamiliar and embarrassing. They cannot cope up with this environment and they cannot study in an abstract world.
Okay, can you suggest some cultural specific approaches?
Hello?
Can you suggest some cultural specific approaches?
Yeah, the approach should be always we should give more emphasis to the learner-centered approach. That is, and role play, what we are doing is, once upon a time there was a king like that, we are giving some role plays, dramas, etc. More than that, we can do from nature or from real language environments, like that environment we can give them role plays. It should be interactive. Instruction scaffolding should be more.
Okay. I think in the morning session, our professor also has mentioned this. That is resorting to a simple strategy for all. We must have very diverse and specific strategies and techniques for making the learners. Okay.
Yeah, actually, the problem is in Kerala, we are implementing all these methods, but the method of implementation is the problem.
Okay, thank you. I think there are
one more question I have. One more question I have from the. One more question I have. Hello. Somebody asked about Gotra Bandhu. What is Gotra Bandhu? Like that.
Okay.
I would like to answer that. The Kerala government implemented a new scheme called Gotra Bandhu to reduce the dropout rate of tribal children. This is called the Gotra Bandhu means it's a mentor teacher. In each tribal school, there will be a mentor teacher who is speaking the children's mother tongue. So this mentor teacher can act as a communicating link between the children and the school teacher. That is, the mentor teacher will be handling their children's mother tongue and the home and the school language. Home language and the school language. So he will be the connecting link between the school teacher and the child. So the tribal children can communicate their mother tongue. So the unfamiliar situation will be overcoming, and this will be very helpful to the children to be in the school and understand what the school teacher is saying. This is the project called Gotra Bandhu.
Okay, thank you. I think there are no more comments. Is there any? Yes.
A question for this presenter.
Okay, please. Dr. Smita, there's a question for you.
Yeah, did you give me a chance, Professor, for me?
Yes, why not? Dr. Smita, that's a question for you.
Thank you very much. And my question is for the first presenter, Dr. Smita. And in short, how do you see the functionality of socio-cultural approaches in the era of ICT, which most of the time needs just individual learning, and during such pandemic time, how do you see the functionality and practicality of socio-cultural approaches in language learning? Thank you.
Dr. Smita, please unmute your mic. Yes.
Thank you for the question. Actually, I have done a practice with mentally challenged children using ICT. How we can do is, with the help of some softwares or some animations, we can recreate natural environments. That is actually on home itself. I have tested with my home, the home situation. One room, we can implement a table like that. Natural environments we can implement one by one. We can place the objects, move the objects, everything we can do with the help of different softwares are there for that. Like we can recreate the natural environments in ICT with the help of ICT.
Okay, is it all? Is it okay?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, if there is no more questions, I think we can conclude. Amin?
Ma'am, please, you can conclude because we need to go to the last session.
Okay. Thank you very much, all presenters. Because English as a foreign language and as a second language, anyway, in all over the world, every country is giving thrust to this language because now the need of every person has become not local but global. In this COVID-19 scenario, also we see if we need a medicine, we have to look around the world. And for that, we have to communicate with all kinds of people. And that's why, and there English becomes prominent in this communicative aspects and in schools. And especially in Kerala, we are giving much importance to the teaching and learning of English. And the Department of Linguistics in the University of Kerala itself is experimenting with all kinds of strategies in all different languages. And there must be constructive efforts on the part of the teachers also to make it more attractive. That is the learning of any language, make it more comfortable and more interesting for the students. And for that, there need to be a collaborative effort among the teachers, students, parents, and the community. And these kinds of webinars is opening doors for all. That is in order to share our thoughts, because in every part of the world, our needs are the same. Basically, we are all human beings. Our needs are the same, interests are the same. And we are every moment we are trying to communicate with others. So in this regard, this event is very much useful. And I thank all the authorities of Department of Linguistics for inviting me to chair this session. And I'm happy to be with all the participants because you have shared your thoughts and you were very interestingly communicating with all of us. And thank you one and all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, dear Professor Bindu. Thank you for accepting the invitation and for chairing the session. You have been very helpful, supportive, and you have extended your cooperation with us. And I'm sure that you have also pointed some additional ideas and points, especially on ICT, as you are interested in these particular topics. Thank you very much. Thanks once again. And
thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome, Mr. Bhaskar. So please, we will not have any break, and all the presenters are ready, as well as the chair. I have checked. So let's go, Mr. Bhaskar, to the next session.
Thank you very much, Dr. Amin. So this concludes our second technical session, and we're moving on to our third and final technical session of day 1 of our conference. Our speakers are Doctors Yumnam, Tamiru, Vijaya, and Smita John. I'm told they are on standby. And in chair is Dr. Morsal Shaif Muhammad Haidara from the Sheba Region University of Yemen. To introduce the chair, Dr. Haidara, I invite Dr. Amin once again. Dr. Amin.
Thank you, my dear friend. Please, Professor Morsal Haidara, could you please unmute yourself? And all the 4 paper presenters, they should be ready. Dr. Morsal. Could you please unmute yourself, sir? You are available online. You can hit the icon which looks like the mic down there in the window at the left side. There is an icon looks like the mic. You can just unmute yourself. Turn it on. Dr. Morsal? I think everybody can hear me, right? Anyone of the audience can confirm? You can hear me?
Yes, Dr. Amin, you are loud and clear. Loud and clear.
Yeah, so that means I have to give him a phone call as a kind of an alert. Hello, Dr. Morsal. It is your time now to chair the session. Dr. Morsal Haidara. It looks like that Dr. Morsal, he was online, but now it appears that he is offline. So we will give 1 more minute. Otherwise, we will have Professor Shanabas as a chair of the session. So in order to So let's invest our time, and I would like to invite Professor Shanavas to chair the session, and we can do a substitution in which Dr. Mursal can chair the session of tomorrow instead of Professor Shanavas. So I would like to invite Professor Shanavas, please, to chair the session. All the presenters are available.
Thank you, Mr. Amin. This is our third session, technical session. We have four papers. The speakers are Ms. Rosie Yumnan, Zubairi Tamiru, from Ethiopia. Zubairi Tamiru from Ethiopia. Vijaya from Annamalai University, Tamil Nadu. Smita John from Patambi, Palakkad. And I invite Rosie Yumnan from Hyderabad, Meghalaya, to present her paper, The Use of Folk Tales in Teaching English as a Second Language. Ms. Rosie Yumnan.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Just
go ahead.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Yes. Is my slide visible, sir?
Yes. Clear. Carry on.
Yes. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm Rosie Yumnam from the English and Foreign Languages University, Shillong, India. It's indeed a privilege to be presenting my paper here in this virtual conference. Thank you, esteemed chair and organizers. Well, the title of my paper today is The Use of Folk Tales in Teaching English as a Second Language. I will begin my presentation. Well, in this session, I'll be deliberating on the following points, which I have put up in the slide. The first point is to define a folk tale. Second, why do we use folk tales in ELT? And how do we bring folk tales in the classroom? So, to come to the first point, I'm going to discuss on something which we all have grown up listening to, the folk tales. As we all know, folk tales are stories passed down through generations, mainly orally. Abrams defined folk tale as a short narrative in prose, anonymously written, that has been transmitted orally. Folk tales are characterized by fictitious events and characters, and a certain extent of suspension of disbelief is required by the audience to conceive it. They are also rich in various features of literary creativity. As a form of common folklore, folk tales sugarcoat the heartless lessons of life so as to give listeners or readers guidance about how they should behave. In this way, folk tales help pass values and beliefs, traditions, and culture across generations. So some examples of folk tales are fairy tales, myths, legends, fables, tall tales, trickster tales, and so on and so forth. So where do we find these folk tales? Or the stories? We get it within the community, from the internet, from print sources like picture books, magazines, or periodicals, or also from traveling. Now, why do we use folk tales? We use folk tales in ELT. Well, I have emphasized 5 points for using folk tales in ELT. They are It is put up in the slide there. The first one is use of language forms. Second, culture. Third, imagination and creativity. Fourth, vocabulary. And the fifth point is to enhance the language skills. As observed by Mabin and peers, literary creativity defined at the level of language involves manipulation and use of the various linguistic form of the text. This may include the use of various sounds, words, or phrases. According to Mackay, one of the most significant contributions of using literature for the purpose of language teaching is that literature contains language manifested in discourse, which describes the specific use of language forms. She also observed the other advantages like the promotion of cultural tolerance, enhancement of reading proficiency, and also improving creativity for the students in the language classroom. So, in view of these observations, it can be argued that the folk tales, which can be either written or verbal, can be employed in English language classrooms to teach grammar and vocabulary in context, to incorporate language, culture, and content, and to enhance communicative skills. My next point is, how do we bring folk tales in the classroom? So, the distinctive universality of the basic structure in folk tales from various cultures make these tales a very important source for language learning. The simple languages used in folk tales make it easier for the learners to cognitively comprehend and relate it to their daily lives. Relatedly, the universal themes of kindness, honesty, jealousy, greed, and narrative structures with the storyline of reward or punishment in the folk tales can encourage the learners to listen or read with confidence. This enables the learner to understand the specific use of grammatical patterns and vocabulary used in the folk tales and how they can relate to them. So to illustrate this point, I have explored the folk narratives of Meghalaya and Manipur. Meghalaya and Manipur are two states in the northeastern part of India, and they are explored to teach English language. So the first point I have divided into 6 points here. The first point is folk tales make learning fun. So for this, I have used a folk song of Manipur, Hisan Hirao. Hisan Hirao is a narrative poem sung on the concluding day of Lai Harawa festival of Manipur. It narrates the touching story of the mourning of a tree parent for their treasured son. So, in the classroom, after discussing the poem, various tasks can be assigned to teach language skills with fun. The task 1, performance in the classroom. So divide the class into 2 groups. Ask one group to find out one of the songs which is sung on Lai Harawa festival and perform in the class. For the other group, ask them to find out one form of dance of the Lai Harawa festival, and the same should be asked to perform in the class. So they can be further asked to comment on their performances. So this task is aimed to teach listening and speaking skills with fun. So the second task is to find information. The students are divided into groups of 3. Each group is provided with objects or pictures like shawls, figurines, jewelries, handicrafts, paintings pertaining to the culture and the mythologies of Manipur. Ask the students to find information about the objects provided to them by a form of research or investigation. They can be asked to discuss about their research in the class, which will enhance their speaking and listening skills. So based on this listening ability, the students are asked to write a short summary on each of the objects and present in the class. So these are aimed to teach the language skills of listening, speaking, and writing. So thus the learners enjoy the activities as they learn the language skills. So the second point is folk tales provide rich vocabulary. For this, I have taken 2 folk tales from Meghalaya. The first one is What Makes the Eclipse. This folk tale describes the fight between the sun goddess Kas Ningi and the giant toad U Hinro and how their fight causes the eclipse. So after the folk tale is read in the class, we can take up vocabularies like seclusion, terrified, distress, enchantment, etc. And then the students are asked to guess the meaning from the context and use it in their own sentences. And from the second folk tale, U Manik Raitong. U Manik Raitong is a folk tale of Meghalaya, which describes the legend of U Manik Raitong, the classic lover and the dispenser of the tradition of love and music in Khasi society. Khasi people are an indigenous ethnic group of Meghalaya. So after reading the text in the class, we can use words like orphan, tradition, obscure, tremendous from the story. We can write these words on pieces of card, tell the student to come up and pick a card and describe what it means to the rest of the class. This exercise can be repeated. With the vocabulary they have learned, they can be asked to use in their own sentences. So this is about learning vocabulary. And the next point is folktales are a good source of cultural information. For this, I have used the folk song which I have used earlier, Hizen Hirao. In this folk song, the cultural traditions are reflected in its myth narrations where the boat of the king called Hyang Hiren is described. The myth surrounding the Sangai. Sangai is a brown-fed deer which is found only in the Taibul Namjau National Park of Manipur in India, and the human head which adorns the head and tail of the king's boat. Hyang Hiren is the source of Manipur's history, literature, and culture. So these cultural traditions can be highlighted and discussed in the class. At the same time, language skills of listening, speaking, reading, and writing can also be taught in the class. So my fourth point is folktales provide moral or life lesson. So for this, I have used a folktale of Manipur, China Roll. In this text, a combat takes place to settle a conflict. The real winner of the combat was Moiremba, a character in the story, but Athoba, another character, cheated and won the combat. As Athoba had won the combat by dishonest means, his inner mental conflict consumed him to death. So the real life values embedded in the narrative is the triumph of righteousness. So using this narrative, moral lessons as well as language skills can be taught in the class. Now, coming to the fifth point, folktales to teach various forms of discourse. For this, I have again used the folktale of Meghalaya, U Manik Raitong. The conversation which is given in the first point in the slide, this is a conversation between the lovers, U Manik Raitong and Ka Ling Macau, two characters from the folktale. When they first met and fell in love, Manik shouted after her, "Will I see you again? If you want to see me, come to my house tomorrow," the girl shouted back. "Ask for the house of the Linskor." So from this dialogue, direct and indirect speech can be taught in the class. The students can be further asked to write their own dialogues on any topic of their choice and present in the class. And then the next folk song over there, which I have used earlier, as Hizen Hirao is a narrative poem sung on the concluding day of Lai Harawa Festival of Manipur, we can use it to teach the narrative discourse. So after the narrative techniques have been discussed in the class, after the narrative techniques have been discussed in the class, the students can be asked to convert this extract, which is this narrative discourse, into dialogue discourse, and it can be discussed in the class. So the last point is folktales help learners to develop the use of figurative language. Well, for this, I have used again the folktale, What Makes the Eclipse. So in this folktale, the young girl said, climbed into the magic tree and spoke the magic words. This is from the first point there in the slide, magic words taught to her by the mouse. She says, "Grow tall, dear tree, the sky is near, expand and grow," upon which the tree began to expand. So the use of personification in these lines can be highlighted. And then the other one, the folk song of Manipur again, Hizen Hirao. Here, the tree parents' last encounter with their loving tree son at dawn is heartbreaking. So, and it is described as follows. Grieving parents have the last look at him and return back as the sun dawns upon earth. So these lines can be used to teach English language. Based on the understanding of this analysis, the students can be guided to create their own sentences using personification. These sentences can be then asked to share in the class. The use of figurative language can also be encouraged. In another activity, the students can be asked to write a short story based on the poem Hizen Hirao by incorporating the cultural elements and the literary devices drawn from the poem. This short story can be asked to read, discuss, and critically analyze in the class. And in another activity, the students can be asked to write a play based on the folktale, What Makes the Eclipse. This play can be asked to perform in the class. In this way, the students' speaking skills and vocabulary can be enhanced. Also, the use of figurative language can be introduced. So, to conclude, so we see that the folktales are a valuable source of teaching English as a second language. They provide authentic, meaningful, and rich content which assists in enhancing language learning as well as to understand culture, values, and the ways of life. So in the classroom practices which I have deliberated, it can be said that the folktales of Meghalaya and Manipur, used in the study with its pedagogical implications, can be effectively used in language classrooms. In the process, the learners can also develop cultural awareness and values reminiscent throughout the folktales. Folktales give the flexibility of creating a variety of engaging activities to cater to different learning styles. Folktales also foster learners' imagination and creativity, which greatly enhances the process of learning English as a second language. However, teaching of English as second language has its own objective. Folktales often require certain modification to use it in a language classroom so that they suit the objectives of specific lessons to augment the emotional, cognitive, and language growth of the learners. So that's all. I would like to thank everyone. Thank you, respected chair, and the organizers and all the participants.
Thank you, Rosie.
Thank you, sir.
Now I request Dr. Marasal Hydra to continue the session because he is online now. Dr. Marasal.
Well, Dr. Mursal, he is back again. Could you please unmute yourself, sir? You can unmute yourself, sir. Dr. Mursal. There are 3 icons, one for camera, one for closing the session, and the other one for the mic. You can turn it on, please. It is down there in the screen, down at the left side. Dr. Mursal Haidara, please unmute yourself. Well, Dr. Mursal, he contacted me and he is already sharing the session. So please, the next presenter should go on. Zwadi Amiro from Ethiopia. Yes, my dear, you can start your presentation, and Dr. Mursal is chairing, and he will manage the issue of the sound. Okay, you can hit home, then it will take you to the first slide. Okay. Yeah, make it full.
Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I'm trying to share my PowerPoint.
Yeah, maximize it, please. And you have many slides, so we need only the gist, the main ideas. Okay. Make it larger, please. Full screen.
Okay. Full screen.
Either to hit F5, then it will become full. Okay, you can go on, please. And
okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Zawadi from Ethiopia. I would like to present my paper entitled Effects of Differentiated Instruction on EFL Students' Reading Fluency, Comprehension, and Attitude towards Reading. As you can see from the slide, it's better if I put it in a paper, in a picture form. So what is differentiated instruction is that students in the classroom, students come to the classroom with different language proficiencies, with different readiness, with different intelligence, with different motivation and attitude towards the subjects they learn, and so many other differences. So in order to accommodate the needs of these diversified needs of students, we need a responsive instruction, which Tomlinson calls differentiated instruction. So differentiated in short is about responsive teaching, or it can be called a teaching philosophy that teachers can follow to accommodate the diversified needs of the students in order to give fair and equal opportunity for everyone. So if differentiated
instruction is about teaching students differently according to their interests, their learning profiles. How are their students different? They are different based on their readiness, their intelligence, their interests, their learning profile, which incorporates their intelligence, their learning style, gender, culture. Students are different. They have different interests, different readiness or preparedness towards the subjects they learn. They have different backgrounds. So if students are different in different ways, we need to adjust 4 critical elements. The first one is the content, what we teach. As a teacher, we need to adapt a kind of instruction that fits to the student so that the content can be simplified, it can be eliminated, or it can be added so that there would be kind of combating the curriculum. And the process, the way we teach our students, how we want students to teach in the classroom can be differentiated based on their learning style, their intelligence, and so on. And the product, how we want students to demonstrate what they have understood, should also be differentiated. And the learning environment should be, the environment, the classroom environment should be something that invites the kids to the table of learning rather than away from learning. So a classroom environment should promote and value differences, student differences. So there are 2 critical things about non-negotiables of DI. One is respectful tasks. This is to mean that by differentiated instruction, it doesn't mean that we need to give different activities for or unrelated activities for students. No, the activity should be related, integrated, challenging, and manageable, so that they have the right to take kind of respectful tasks, to engage in respectful tasks that are appealing, interesting, and engaging for all the students. It should not be, it doesn't mean that DI doesn't mean that we need to give a little for slow learners and many for advanced learners. That's not the sense. They have the chance to get the best of the curriculum. The essence of the curriculum should be given for all students. And the other is ongoing assessments in order to differentiate students, in order to know who is ahead of me, who is average, who is slow behind me. We need to assess them where they are first. So assessment of learning, assessment for learning, assessment as learning is highly practiced, especially assessment for learning, which is ongoing or formative assessment, just like a compass that lets us know where to go. It's very essential to design the next lessons in a way that fits to, that responds to the needs of the diversified needs of students, so that ongoing assessment or self-reflection, assessment as learning, a teacher as well as the students should be given time to reflect on how they learned, how they felt about the lessons. So what is really the problem? What was the problem that instigated me to work on differentiated instruction is reading, because the title is differentiated instruction in reading. Globally as well as locally, research indicates that, for example, the National Assessment Education Report 2003 indicates that 44% of US fourth graders scored below average in their reading fluency, and this also had an impact on their reading comprehension, because they also failed to read fluently, failed to comprehend the text. They focus on decoding. And when it comes to the Ethiopian situation, USAID or EGROS report 2011 and so on indicated that 37 from among 90,800 participants in 11 regions of Ethiopia, 37% of Ethiopian English grade 4 students scored below grade 2 level, and 17 at grade 3, 17 at grade 2, and about 30%, only 30% actually achieved the expected standard, grade 4 and above. So this indicates that we need to think about a better way of, or an alternative means of engaging students in the classroom. So an alternative, I feel that there should be a kind of differentiated instruction, because from my preliminary study, I understood that teachers' method of teaching didn't fit with the students' teaching styles actually. And so it was one size fits all instruction, but in reality, we don't have uniform students, that we give uniform kind of teaching, uniform kind of assessment. So I feel that DI or differentiated instruction can help students to understand and to read and to minimize the reading problems. So having this thing in mind, I developed 3 research questions. One, is there a significant difference between students reading fluency scores before and after learning following the principles of DI? What about their reading comprehension? And what effect does differentiated instruction have on students' attitude towards reading? And the conceptual framework, I put the concepts which were incorporated in this study like this. So differentiated instruction as an umbrella term which incorporates the 4 dimensions, the content, the process, the product, and the environment. And the process incorporates, I chose 4 teaching strategies, flexible grouping, small group reading instruction, tiered activities, and scaffolding. So how are how is this differentiated instruction related to reading, fluency, comprehension, and attitude was actually the conceptual framework. And the methodology, I used quasi-experimental pre-test, post-test control groups, which was mixed in its nature. And the participants were grade 4 English students and their teacher. I chose the primary school and grade 4 purposely, and the primary school in Bahadar, Yogasfana Primary School randomly. And the instruments I used questionnaire, tests, and reflections in order to get pertinent data. And both the testers and the questionnaire, they were actually piloted at Maskaram 16 Primary School here in Bahadar. And the Chromebook fallible reliability was 0.8, which is actually very good, reliable. And the data analysis, after collecting the data was analyzed, were analyzed both quantitatively using analysis of covariance, one-way analysis of covariance and paired sample t-test. And the other is I used qualitatively the reflection part, particularly students' logs and teachers' logs were analyzed using thematic analysis. So what was the research procedure looks like? I began with providing pre-tests for both groups, experimental and control, and then questionnaire was given for experimental group only because the purpose was to know their attitude towards reading before intervention. And again, multiple intelligence inventory was given for the same group, experimental group, in order to know their intelligences. The 7 types of intelligence were identified, and to assign them in small groups based on their shared interests. And of course, because there were kids, consent letter for their parents were given, and then the reading materials were adapted in a way that fits to the level of the students, which is about fitting their multiple intelligence and their readiness, reading capabilities. Then training was given for the teacher, adequate training was given, and then intervention was taken. So what was the intervention look like? The intervention, like I said, there was a small group reading instruction, so that there were 7 groups. And the first group, for example, the verbal group, there was a passage about weather report, and the verbal group, they read the passage, they read, and then retold or retelling stories kind of thing was their activities. And the logical, the mathematical group, they do word search, readers. For the visual and spatial group, they talked about the picture, they drew the pictures that show different weather conditions. And the kinesthetic, they acted out different weather conditions. The interpersonal, they loved choral reading as partner reading, as the reading was also different. And they also actually role play, dramatize different situations. And the intrapersonal, they are self-smart, they read dependently, and they put themselves in different weather conditions. They reflect and read in that way. And finally, the musical group, they sang songs, which was presented actually in a kind of which was presented using laptop, using technology laptop. They sang songs which is related to the passage itself. and did different reading activities that they loved it. So this was actually about the intervention, and on the way, the students as well as the teacher wrote reflections about the lessons each day, and I collected and actually made the next lessons a better fit for them. And the post questionnaire and post tests were given after the intervention, post questionnaire only for experimental group to compare their attitude before and after the intervention, and post test for both groups, control and experimental groups. And finally, makeup class was given for only control group students to respond to ethical questions. So as you can see, the intervention looked like this. These are sample pictures from the students. Some students were engaged in musical group, they listened, and the kinesthetic groups, the interpersonal, they acted out, they dramatized the situation. They had actually games, they played games, bingo games, they worked collaboratively with their teachers, independently, and so on. And then partner readings, it's possible to have, they practice partner readings, and after the process, the product actually, like I said, because they were given different opportunities. For example, some of the opportunities were for the visual students, they were given chances to reflect what they have understood using the picture like this. And when it comes to the findings, what was the findings? Like I said, descriptive statistics, as you can see, the reading fluency indicates that the experimental group, the mean of the experimental group, 32.22, and the control group, 26.73, something like that, indicates that there was a difference, a mean difference. And in order to make sure that this difference was statistically significant, uncover was computed, and 71.728 kind of thing, the F value indicated that, and the P value less than 0.01 even indicated that there was a statistically significant difference between experimental and control group students scores, and this could be because of the intervention. And the same is true for the reading comprehension. The experimental 10.72, the control 7.92, which for 2, something like that, indicates that there was a difference, and 37.669, the F value, indicates that the difference was really significant at level less than 0.5. And even the partial eta square, as you can see, both 42.8% for reading fluency and 28% for reading comprehension indicated that the effect size was large. There was actually, it has also practical relevance. And this study also coincides with studies like Geisel 2015 and Gilbert 2011. Just these both researchers got positive results on the effects of the eye on students' reading performance, whereas it contradicts with Cummings 2011 study, a comparative study, which indicates that there was no significant difference between students in the experimental and control groups. And when it comes to the third research question, which is about attitude of students towards reading, before the intervention, as you can see, the mean of the students were 30 points, something like that. And after the intervention, they scored 53. The paired sample.
Thamiro, sorry for interruption. Could you please pinpoint the conclusion? So we need to see the concluding remarks.
Okay. And so it indicates that there was a difference, and the t-value, 26 points, something like that, indicates that the difference was really significant. This also coincides with students' reflections. They wrote that they loved reading, they were interested, and they developed positive attitude towards reading and towards learning English in general. So that it's possible to conclude that the tiniest bit of differentiation can make a change on students' reading and attitude towards reading. So my recommendation is that, just like a mother tiptoes in order not to disturb her kids, if you want to make a change on our students, first we need to know our students. Who are they as a student? And then it's better if in our students, and in order to know, we need to have extensive kind of training should be given for teachers, which might, and it's possible to begin with little by little, low preparation differentiated instruction to high preparation strategies, so that we can revisit materials in a way that responds to the diversity of needs. And I can say finally that as DI is relatively innovative teaching pedagogics, it can be further studied using in different macro and micro language skills. I can say this one. Thank you very much for your attention. Okay.
Thank you, Zuhaila Thamar, for your wonderful presentation. Now I invite P. Vijaya, Assistant Professor, Center for Advanced Studies in Linguistics, Thamar University, Tamil Nadu. Her paper is on contribution of error analysis to second language teaching and learning. Are you there, Ms. Vijaya?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Good evening to all. My topic is contribution of the second language. So those who are there contributed based on the second language teaching and learning. So I am explaining mainly error analysis. Those who are contributed for the error analysis.
You don't have a presentation?
No, sir. Now I already sent it, but now I don't. Here power cut. I am using the mobile.
Okay.
That is in laptop.
Okay.
Now I present only, sir. I can present only.
He was expecting she will be absent. He will visit her many times. She is the only one who doesn't
Yes, sir.
have the mobile.
Okay, carry on.
Okay, sir. My objective, the aim and objective of this paper, find out the classification of errors made by some scholars based on the various causes to differentiate the errors committed by the learners, to distinguish the different opinions of the scholars. Based on that, I am going to explain about the scholars. Some of the reasons. Errors are important source of information to decide the learner's strategy in learning and are found in the learner's out. The teachers come to know the learners struggle to learn the second language while learning it for communicative purposes. A look at the various kinds of errors which our second language learner made will guide the teacher not only to identify the problematic error of second language learners, but also to spot out areas for which remedial courses and materials are needed. So the error analysis not only find out the classify the errors second language learners output, it also tries to interpret the learning strategies for the learners. Error analysis also helps in the selection of teaching. For example, then we can collect the errors based on the stages, collection of errors, classification of errors, description of errors, sources of errors. Then finally we can give the remedial measures. Then we can go we know what are the collection of errors, identification of errors means what, classification of errors means what, description of errors means what. Then we can go the sources of errors. Mainly I am focusing the sources of errors. Some of the scholars, why they are making the differentiate. For example, as there are many descriptions for the different kinds of errors, it is inevitable to move further and ask for the sources of errors. It has been indicated in the first part of the study that errors were assumed as being the only result of interference of the first language. Habits to the learning of second language. However, with the field of error analysis, it has been understood that the nature of errors implicates the existence of the other reasons for the error analysis. Then, the sources of errors can be classified the following various researchers. Richards 1971 cites 4 major types of causes: overgeneralization, ignorance of rule restrictions, incomplete applications of the rules, false concepts, hypothesis. This is the Richard's point of view. According to Selinger, observation and assumption carries a latent psychological structure in the brain of the learner, which is activated when he attempts to learn a second language. There arises the problem of fossilization in the terms of the learner's native language, interlanguage, and target language. Selinger suggests the 5 processes: transfer errors, analogical errors, teaching-induced errors, strategies of second language learning, strategies of second language communication. This is the Selinger's observation. Then Pitcorder says the 3: transfer errors, analogical errors, and the teaching-induced errors. Then again the Richards, 1974, he is identified the 6 causes: interference, overgeneralization, performance errors, markers of the transitional competence, strategies of communication and assimilation, then teacher-induced errors. Then Richards and Sampson, again he find out the 1974, he has given the 7 factors. First one is language transfer. Second is intralingual transfer. Third is social linguistic situation, modality, age, successions of the approximative systems, and the universal hierarchy. Then Suman and Stepan, 1974, is find out at that 3: incomplete acquisition of the target grammar, existence of the learning teaching situation, for interlingual concepts, communication strategies. Then finally, Natarajan Pillai has given a classification of the various causal factors. There are 8: overgeneralization, overextension of target language, interlanguage differences, mother tongue differences, and filter language interference, simplification of errors, and induced errors, and deficient learning. Then though researchers have been undertaken various aspects of teaching and learning language, certain factors affecting the process of teaching and learning has not been fully light to its value and significance. Error analysis is more important in the field of language learning because it is ultimate benefits the learners. The error analysis has been beneficial in many ways in the domain of language teaching. This study has been pivoted to introduce what error analysis is and what sort relationship it is with language teaching and learning, what contribution it provides for the language teaching and learning studies. The concluding remarks of this attempt regarding error analysis and revisited error analysis identifies the strategies that language learners use. It looks for the answer of the questions: why do learners make errors? It determines the common difficulties in learning and helps teachers to devote the teachers. This way, I have find out the contributions of the second language teaching, those who are contributed for the error analysis. This is my point. Thank you.
Thank you, Vijaya.
Thank you.
This was Vijaya's presentation on the title, Contribution of Error Analysis in Second Language Teaching and Learning. Now we have the last paper in today's session is by Ms. Smita John, Assistant Professor, Government College, Department of English, Government Arts and Science College, Palakkad, Trithala, Palakkad. Her paper is titled The Language Teaching, Refashioning the Role of the English Teacher. Are you there, Ms. Smita?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Yeah, carry on.
Okay. Good evening, respected Chairperson, Professor Shanavas, and other dignitaries around the globe. I am blessed to be a part of the two-day international virtual conference on language teaching and learning conducted by the two prestigious universities in the world academic scenario.
You are
My,
in a right. Come to the center.
my topic. So can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, you are
only part of you
is part of you is view. Only one part of you. Okay, come. Okay. You don't have a PPT?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm sharing
Yeah, please carry on.
Okay. So
Okay,
is it visible?
Yeah.
Can you? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. So, with profound humility and genuine inclination, I would introduce my topic of presentation, language teaching, refashioning the role of the English teacher. What is language? We're all familiar with what language is. Language is a peculiar, unique phenomenon that man uses to communicate with each other, and signs and symbols are used to communicate ideas. It is a life experiences, information, and feelings that are being communicated, and we ought to be familiar with the concept of the four skills. And when we ought to know a language, we need to be acquainted with the four skills of the language. So language teaching is also, language teaching also makes it very significant that these four skills are being transacted properly in a language classroom. Then when coming to the determinants of language competence, competence is the native speaker's innate knowledge of the language that enables him to use it. And we know there's something that we can call a technical term like a critical age, where a learner can very easily imbibe a language and learn the different grammatical concepts of the language, and it is inbuilt in him in such a manner that he can communicate easily with the people around him. There's something called the language acquisition device, where in childhood, a child can easily learn a language than an adult. And there's something, as we know, called the natural learning environment that makes learning language or language learning a very easy process. But whereas when one grows up and already has learned another language, it's a bit difficult for him to learn the different grammatical aspects, the linguistic aspects, the pronunciation. Where we know there is something called the mother tongue interference, which always makes a difference in the language learning capacity of the learner. So language and teaching theories, there are so many theories that a teacher has always gone through during his university days or after for teacher training and all that. But the most significant thing is that we have to adapt ourselves to suit the situation. Now, what I felt like when I was appointed as an assistant professor at Government Arts and Science College, Trithala, a college in the outskirts of Palakkad district in Kerala, what I felt was even at the graduation level, the students were not competent enough with the four skills of language. And most of them, there were so many dropouts every year. And there were issues that I had to face. They were not confident enough to talk in English. And most of them were not, they had lack of interest in coming to college. And they just enjoyed the life outside the classroom, their campus life. So I just thought about what can be done. And what made a difference was that involving all of them in everyday classroom activities. A student-centered activity was planned for every day. So a teacher's basic thing is that a teacher should always plan out what he or she has to do the next day, as all of us know. And what is the role of the teacher in the present day scenario? You know, now these days we are facing a lot of challenges. Teachers are facing a lot of challenges, and we have equipped ourselves, adapted ourselves to suit the pandemic situation, and we are using ICT and other technology based, moved on to platforms where we are using ICT for transaction, and we are successfully doing that. Especially in Kerala, right from the primary school through the high school and at secondary and at graduate and postgraduate level, And for higher education sector, there this is done very efficiently. And the competency of the teacher is a very significant factor, because whenever you give significance for the learner, the teacher has to be very sure about the objectives, what he or she has to do. So the textbooks and the grammatical structures are all graded to enhance the language learning process, and a natural learning atmosphere has to be provided by the teacher. And the 4 skills, as I mentioned earlier, has to be given significance at all stages. Now, there are so many issues that a teacher faces. Like the issue that I mentioned when I went to one of the colleges in the outskirts of a very ordinary village. It's a very ordinary village area. And there what I found was that the speaking skills are often neglected in the curriculum itself. And for the evaluation also, regarding evaluation techniques, there are few evaluation tools to see if a student has acquired the particular speaking skills. So listening and speaking are 2 skills that are being neglected. One problem, one issue behind that is because even at school level, children get very little exposure. The natural environment to learn a language is not that sufficient for him. He does not get the exposure. The student gets very little exposure and to the language in a natural environment. And the assessment methods are sometimes outdated, although we have brought about some changes in that, including Viva as a part of our studies, and we have got the continuous evaluation and all that. But still, I think changes have to be incorporated in order to solve the problem of lack of interest on the part of the learner. Because the learner is always worried about mugging up things, learning things, and presenting it for the examination in order to get marks. So that is not the intention or the objective that we have behind education, especially for language learning. So there is difficulty in creating a natural learning environment, but still we have to make sure that we will be able to do that. And there are some factors that have to be considered in teaching English as a second language, and more than second language, it is now used as a first language here in our state. And so English as a foreign language, when it came here, we were reluctant to accept that. But we know the significance of English, and that will not be even covered in an hour. I cannot talk about the topic in a very short time. I'm not going to that, since we are all aware about that. So let me talk about the competency of the teacher and the age of the learner, the attitude of the learner, the aptitude of the learner, and what are the effective strategies to be employed when we try to communicate in a particular language, especially English, in a situation in schools and colleges in Kerala. So all these matters, the student should feel the need to learn it. The attitude of the learner is very significant. So once they realize that it is very important for my career or for my higher studies, they will surely come to the point of finding time for all this. So there is a critical age for language learning, as I told. Then in transacting the different genres of literature at graduate level, we can introduce different techniques for poetry, for essays, for drama, for novels and short story. Just going through the text or reading it, or just giving essays, or the traditional methods of teaching are all outdated. We can just involve them, bring them, make comparisons with other poems, other recitations, make recitations. Then there can be workshops for writing, giving them enough space for their creativity. Then drama presentations can be made, novels can be discussed by bringing in characters, picturizing the characters and all that. So naturally, the children who left out from classes or who were not interested came back to the classrooms. They were interested with their presentations. They always came forward with novel ideas for presentations, and all their skills and creativity were given importance. So that is one thing. So we can involve them by giving them progressive modern techniques. They can be employed at graduate level for language learning. The individuality and the creativity of the learner should be taken into account when we are doing all this. So learning by doing is the most important thing that should be kept in mind. Then create a natural learning environment. 4 skills of language should be given significance. Everything should be activity-based, demonstrative, democratic approach should always be there. We should ensure the participation of each and every student. Sorry, so 1 minute, please. Everything and sharing of resources all that. So the colleges can become centers of excellence where they can support other institutions in the surroundings. So there are strategies of English language teaching, which I have shown here, ranging from group discussion, quiz, exhibition, mime and dramatic presentation to radio and television presentations and magazines. You can find how we conducted a literary festival at our college and how the students participated there. Macbeth was being enacted there as a drama. Then you can find how higher secondary students from different schools visited there to see the exhibition. There was the quiz competition and the different charts and presentations made by students. Actually, they made it a very lively event. So the day-to-day activities in class itself is a mod of this, and this was actually a festival conducted for 2 days. It was really a very thrilling experience where the students enjoyed and involved themselves in that, and you can find the different things they have done. Okay, so anyway, I would like to thank all of you for your kind listening. I would like to conclude my presentation with immense gratitude to all of you and my appreciation to the organizers. I'm signing off. Thank you all so much. I conclude, true education must correspond to the surrounding circumstances, or it is not a healthy growth, as Gandhiji said. So let us all be transformed, or let us all bring out the change in us that we can suit the age or be adapted to the age. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Smita John. We have the 4 presentation, and 4 papers are use of folk tales, 1, effects of differentiated instruction, the 2nd one, contribution and analysis, 3rd one, and refreshment of role of a teacher, the 4th one. Now the paper is open for discussion. We have only 5 to 8 minutes because the last session of the day. Anybody have any questions?
Sir, if I may, can I think there are some questions put up in the chat box. Can I answer?
Yes, go on, but be precise.
Okay.
Carry on.
So the first question is by Dr. Smita, which is the level at which folktales can be used for language teaching. So I've taken the target level of learners in the primary and upper primary level classes. I have taken classes 2 to class 8. So I've taken this age group as I believe this is the most crucial period in the process of language and culture and value education. And this is the conceptualization stage where the learners start having creative and critical mental faculties, and I believe if monitored and utilized properly can enhance their language, cultural, and moral education. So that is the first question. And second question, do I have time or answer? There is a second. There is a second question as well. Does the Christian, Catholic, and language of school interfere in any way with the morals and narrative discourse of the ancient popular folktale? So I believe not in any way they interfere, as the learners compare with their own folktales and they draw out their own understandings of the world at large. In fact, it helps them in the process of preserving their own culture as well as learning English language. That's all I have to say. Thank you all.
Thank you. Smita, the question was to you.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am, for talking about. Hello?
Yeah, it's your bell. Go ahead.
Please, I can't hear you. Hello?
Yeah, okay. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Mute your mic, sir.
Hello? The question, please. Is the question to me?
Yes, Smita, the question was to you. You are audible. You can go on and direct answer, please. Short answer.
Ma'am, please repeat the question, ma'am. Ma'am, please. Hello?
The person who asked the question, she needs a repetition of the question.
I can't hear you, sir. She needs? Pardon?
Rosie, can you repeat the question?
Oh, sir, I don't have a question. I was answering to Smita's question.
She's a presenter.
Dr. Smita, I do not have a question for you. I was answering to your question.
Yeah, that is what I felt. So I was a bit confused. I thought I missed a question that you asked. I asked a question about folk tales. No, at what level? He was answering that, sir.
Yes.
So, okay. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for that.
Your mic is on. We can conclude.
I hope there is no more questions, and the time is going to be late. I congratulate on all for those who presented the paper and those who are attending this conference. It was a wonderful day. Good papers were present, and it was very good sessions. And, good and valuable questions were asked, and good. Anyway, thank you one and all for this attending this session. Now it is over to Amin for the conclusion.
Thank you very much for all the wonderful presenters, audience, especially those who kept with us until the last moment, which means that today we are learning a lot of skills and also getting backgrounds from various topics in language teaching and learning. I would like to invite you also for tomorrow's session. It's going to be a very wonderful day in which we will start directly with 3 plenary sessions, in which one presenter will be from US speaking, America, and then another speaker will be from Malaysia, and the third will be from India. They are all experts in the field of language teaching and learning. And then we will have 5 technical sessions in which the topics will enrich our knowledge. And by now, I would like to say thank you very much and goodbye. See you tomorrow.
Goodbye. Okay, bye. So 54 people were there till the last one.